our job as people who love justice is to shift the conversation from these narratives of personal irresponsibility to the structural injustice. No, people didn't lose their homes because they failed to file an appeal. It's because they're of this structural injustice, right? And what's so interesting in Detroit is nobody is fighting the data.
So I think what happens, Bernadette, if I could, what you're talking about happens clearly across the country. I agree with you 100%, even in Bridgeport where we are. There's a place well known in our city now called Steel Point. It was a community, churches, everything that a city would have. And at some point, through development, they just wiped out the whole area. And it was basically sitting vacant for a long time, waiting for a project to come. Over 20 years, it's taken.
And now what it's going to be is a city of strangers. There's going to be these high rises going up, and there'll be beautiful market value, waterfront apartments. But it's high rises. It's intended to be a city of strangers.
And how crazy is that? And isn't the word today affordability?
Not at Steel Point.
Affordability.
Not there.
Not at Steel Point. You will not be able to live in the place, which is the discussion here.
Right.
And, to close, also, Bernadette, because we're running out of time, it's like the redlining across the country where we have to have, white families come in and put their pictures up and black people take their pictures down. Is also another part of that, but in a different way that affects us. It takes, white people to get the right value for the property because we're going to get a lesser value because just we're black in the same exact neighborhood. That's insanity.
And Wayne, we call that the double bind, which is when black people go to sell their homes, as you're referencing the case of the professor who had to switch out so that was a famous case in the New York Times. Right, when they go to sell the homes are undervalued. But when for property taxes, our homes are overvalued, and we call that the double bind, right, between real estate appraisals and property tax. So that's another important point that I'm very glad you brought up.
I want to thank everybody. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Bernadette. I'll let you have the last word, but we're just going to wrap up in a sec.
Last word is, again, these topics are so important. The book is called Plundered, How Racist Policies Undermine Black Homeownership in America. And I'll just close by saying you can buy it everywhere books are sold, online, in the library you can get it.
Thank you so much.
It's important that these stories are told near and far.
Thank you so much. Wayne Winston, as always, thanks for being here. We'll be back tomorrow behind the mic. Stay tuned.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and brisk this afternoon near 40. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's December 3rd. On this day in 1992, a 22-year-old engineer uses his personal computer to send the very first text message. It said, "Merry Christmas." In 1994, the must-have toy of the year came out. It was the original PlayStation.
It's happening right here, in our very homes, and corrupting the lives of our loved ones. I'm talking about this. Remember, do not underestimate the power of PlayStation.
In 1988, it was opening night of Guys and Dolls at the Darien Dinner Theater.
Be a lady tonight. Look, if you've ever been a lady to begin with.
December 3rd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration's immigration enforcement operation has now begun in the New Orleans area. Katie Weiss reports.
Their goal is to arrest people who have been allowed back on the streets after getting arrested previously for some kind of crime. Now, yesterday here in the city, I did see some federal agents, but so far the city has appeared quite subdued. We've been talking about this as Operation Swamp Sweep. We know now that they're officially calling it Operation Catahoula Crunch.
Minnesota is preparing for an immigration enforcement surge that could target the Somali population, as Barrett Leone reports from Minneapolis.
ICE is preparing to send a surge of agents here to the Twin Cities, and we could expect enforcement as soon as this week to begin. And this move from the Trump administration is focusing on people who already have deportation orders, but community leaders that we spoke with, they say that this move is causing fear within the community because of the rhetoric from the president, as well as his past actions towards Somali Minnesotans.
The admiral who Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says ordered a second strike on a suspected drug boat back in September will answer questions from lawmakers tomorrow. Caitlin Huey-Burns reports.
Bottom line, this briefing tomorrow is just going to be huge because lawmakers, both Republicans and Democrats, want to hear exactly what happened. They want a timeline. They also want to know what his version of the story is, can be corroborated.
The Washington Post reported the first strike left 2 survivors. The second strike killed them. President Trump has pardoned Texas Democratic Representative Henry Cuellar. He was indicted last year on more than a dozen federal charges related to bribery allegations. House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke to reporters today about the Republican win in Tennessee's special election.
I am excited about the win last night. As you know, I spent the last day before Election Day there with Matt Van Epps. He's an extraordinary candidate. He's going to be a great member of Congress.
2 wrongful death suits have been filed in connection with the UPS cargo plane crash in Louisville last month. 14 people were killed. Attorney Bradley Cosgrove is representing some of the families.
They're looking for reform that leads to prevention to make sure that no other individuals have to die in vain like their loved ones did. The lawsuit has an intention of making sure that this never happens to anyone else in the future.
The suits claim the company put profits over safety by continuing to fly older planes. On Wall Street today, stocks are higher, investors shrugging off weak jobs numbers. The Dow is up 419 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect apparently opened fire on Stamford police as they responded to a call at a home on Oaklawn Avenue Tuesday. Police say officers were approaching the home when the gunfire erupted. The suspect and police then exchanged gunfire before the unidentified person barricaded themselves inside the home. Police later determined that the suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The matter is under investigation by the State Inspector General's office. A 33-year-old man is sentenced to 10 years in federal prison for distributing methamphetamine pills in Connecticut. The U.S. Attorney's Office said Tyrone Brown of Lithonia, Georgia, mailed at least 79 packages containing methamphetamine pills to New Haven between January of 2022 and March of 2024. Brown was arrested in April, and he pleaded guilty to drug-related charges in September. A Portland, Oregon man has been arrested on charges accusing him of harassing the father of a Sandy Hook school victim. Kevin Perfield is accused of targeting Robbie Parker, the father of Sandy Hook first grader Emily Parker, who was killed in the 2012 attack. Perfield was arrested after police say he ignored orders to stop contacting Parker, who says the harassment started within a month of the killings in 2012. He says court orders mean nothing to Perfield, who signs his name and puts his phone number on the messages sent to Parker. And millions of dollars will be going to more cleanup and restoration efforts for Long Island Sound. The nearly $12 million will reportedly fund stormwater management, habitat restoration, and efforts to reduce nitrogen pollution. Here in Connecticut, money is being invested in projects that include the Aspetuck Land Trust to supply coastal buffers in Bridgeport. Save the Sound will install a green roof and other stormwater projects at the Beardsley Zoo. Earth Place in Westport will provide watershed science programs for high school and college students. And Sound Waters will install a 2.2-acre salt marsh in Stamford Harbor. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. Right lane is out. Further ahead in Norwalk, construction coming off Route 7, going up to exit 16. Stay to the left to get through. 91 north and southbound sides, roadwork between exits 14 and 15. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork going through Wallingford into exit 58. On Route 8 north and southbound, construction between exits 17 and 15, taking out the right lane. 84 westbound, roadwork going into exit 14. Stay left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, I'm glad that at least somebody else is saying it, and we'll talk to that somebody else later on in the 5 o'clock hour. Our buddy Dan Harr from Hearst Connecticut Media. But Dan has a story today, and we'll definitely check in with him later on this. Does the name Betsy McCoy Ross or Betsy McCoy ring a bell? Former lieutenant governor of New York, conservative commentator. She writes a piece in the New York Post every so often. She's a good writer. I think I chatted with her a few years ago. I'm not sure. A long-time and current resident of Connecticut, so she's got the state's good fortunes and intentions as a chief preference of hers, and she's considering a run for governor on the Republican side, of course. Now, again, if you are a viewer of cable news, if you tend to read the New York Post, if you are a consumer of, shall we say, right-leaning media, you know the name Betsy McCoy. She was the lieutenant governor, I think, under George Pataki many, many years ago. She's a Connecticut resident now. She's not a newbie. She's 77. And apparently now, and I texted and asked some people, is this Betsy McCoy thing serious? And a few people have told me, yes, it is. Now, what did I mention the other day? I mentioned, and again, this has nothing to do with Betsy McCoy. This has nothing to do particularly with Ryan Fazio. This has nothing to do particularly with Aaron Stewart. We'll have all of them here on the show several times over the next year to give you the words right from their own mouths about how they feel about Connecticut, what they would do. You've already heard from them numerous times. We had Ryan on yesterday. He's been on the show before. Aaron Stewart's been on the show before, so we're not going to shy away from this. But if you remember a couple of days ago, I mentioned, I think it was over the weekend or during the time I was off last week and into this past weekend, I continue to wonder what not so much the Republican Party here is under the tutelage of Ben Proto, who I will admit is an acquaintance of mine, a friend of mine. I've known Ben ever since I worked for a couple of campaigns about 15 years ago. In fact, 15 years ago this cycle. So I've gotten to know Ben over the years. But I'm more fascinated with the Republican voter in this state. And apparently now Betsy McCoy would have to fund here and self-fund because, again, none of these people, whether it's Betsy McCoy, whether it's Ryan Fazio, whether it's Aaron Stewart, they simply, and this is nothing against them, they simply don't have the kind of money that Ned Lamont has. A very successful businessman. His family comes from money. He grew up around money, amongst and around money. And I don't besmirch anybody or belittle anybody for doing that. If you are, fortunate enough to have that sort of upbringing, then good for you. God bless you. Vaya con Dios. But I find it hard to believe, and this is nothing against Betsy McCoy. This is nothing against people who support her. But I find it hard to believe. Now, you may disagree with me on this. You can. If you'd like, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Of course, that is talk or text. I find it difficult to believe that another Republican candidate is needed right now. And the reason being this. Let me drop back to what I opened the monologue here. Dan Harm mentions it in his piece. In 9 of the last 10 elections for the U.S. Senate or governor, 9 of the last 10, and this is something I mention all the time, because you people in the Republican Party have to get it through your heads here. In 9 of the last 10 elections for U.S. Senate or governor, Republicans have nominated a person who has never held elected office. Now, Betsy McCoy has at one point. She was the lieutenant governor at one point. Most of the nominees, Tom Foley, Linda McMahon, Bob Stefanowski, Leora Levy, were rich self-funders with little or no experience in state politics. Not coincidentally, the Connecticut Republican Party last won a statewide or congressional election in 2006. So my point here is that, for Betsy McCoy to be running as an outsider here, she has held prominent office. She's never won an election, as Dan puts it, in her own right. So, yes, not besmirching her that she was the lieutenant governor of a state of the union. That is a high, there are only a handful of people who've ever done that. But would the Republican voters in any appreciative number, and frankly, I don't care who you vote for. I say this all the time. But would any Republican voters in any appreciative number say, I'd rather, and again, this is nothing against her. Like I said, I talked to her a few years back, I believe, if I remember correctly. And I read a lot of her columns. I see her on cable sometimes. I'm like, it's interesting stuff. But isn't it time to look at things a little bit differently for the Republican Party in this state? I mean, she's never won an election, as Dan points out here in his piece, in her own right. Say what you will about Aaron Stewart. She won numerous elections. Say what you will about Ryan Fazio. He is an elected official. Why would the Republican Party in any sort of numbers gravitate to the same thinking on a candidate basis that hasn't worked? that hasn't worked in 9 of the last 10 elections. Why would the state Republican Party do that? It doesn't make any sense. Help me out here. Are folks that desperate for alternative candidates that it comes down to just voting for someone or anyone here as long as they can get the money, whether they were elected somewhere or not? Electoral experience, I think, matters here. And I'm not saying that Betsy McCoy couldn't make a capable, if not a successful governor. None of us know that. None of us know how any politician would in any way be any grade of successful or unsuccessful until we give them the keys to the car and say, we'll see you in 2 years, or we'll see you in 4 years, or in case of the U.S. Senate, we'll see you in 6 years. A long time, 6 years. So I'm interested to see, especially from, shall we say, center-right or right-leaning voters, should Betsy McCoy get into the race here? Again, you have, albeit a successful in life woman in her late 70s. I think that's a factor you have to bring in here. Although with a successful media career, do we go back, again, we meaning the Republican Party and those of us who tend to attack right a little bit here, do you go back again to the formula that didn't work with Bob Stefanowski, that didn't work with Tom Foley, that didn't work with Leora Levy, that didn't work with Linda McMahon? You tell me. Question of the day here as we start off at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Very simple question of the day here. Are you happy with the current candidate field for Connecticut's 2026 governor's race? Do we need more candidates? And how do you feel about candidates that have never held elected office before? We're back with more. We begin right here on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese on a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Shakatoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year, and not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
When it comes to buying Continental winter tires at the guaranteed lowest price, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Plus, when it comes to getting more free services, when you buy Continental winter tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So for the best deal on On Continental Tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Get a new energy-efficient heating system now from Hoffman Energy. With great financing options, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. Right lane is out. Further ahead in Norwalk, construction coming off Route 7, going up to exit 16. Stay to the left to get through. 91 north and southbound sides, roadwork between exits 14 and 15. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork going through Wallingford into exit 58. On Route 8 north and southbound, construction between exits 17 and 15, taking out the right lane. 84 westbound, roadwork going into exit 14. Stay left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So are Republican voters in the state, let me say primary voters, because there are a lot of Republicans or Republican-leading candidates that don't vote in the primary for whatever reason. That's not for me to question or to make a judgment on a person, on Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. Some people like to vote in primaries, some don't. Some people say, well, just give me the stinking nominee and I'll decide whether I vote for him, her, or it. But there's rumblings now, and we'll talk to Dan Haar coming up in the 5 o'clock hour about this. Betsy McCoy, you may remember the name. You may see her. Apparently she's on Newsmax. I do read a number of her pieces she writes for the New York Post. She has spent a good part of her life in Connecticut, along with being a New York person and having served as the lieutenant governor to former Governor George Pataki back in the 90s. But she ran under him. In other words, she did not run herself. She has never, and I'm not saying this makes her good, bad, or otherwise, but she has never won an election outright herself. But yet, there's some thought now that she may enter the race as a Republican against Aaron Stewart and against Ryan Fazio and whomever may enter the race between now and, whatever the cutoff would be, June, July, August, I don't know, next year. And again, siphon votes from somebody who might be more electable. And as Dan Haar points out here, in 9 of the last 10 elections for governor or the U.S. Senate, Republicans have nominated a person who has never held elected office. How has that worked out? Why would we meaning the Republican Party, why do that again? I don't understand. With all due respect to Betsy McCoy, does she really think she can win? Being on Newsmax, I guess she thinks she can use her name recognition, whatever, to her, advantage. Maybe I don't know, but I just don't get this. I don't understand this. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Why has the Republican Party in this state gravitated so much toward people who've never won elections? What is it? And I'm not blaming the party hierarchy, because I'm glad they don't blame people, that they don't bar people from running. You know me, the more the merrier, but come on. And yet I see on social media, you've got a lot of quote-unquote Republican voters out there, and a lot of you know who you are, bombarding Aaron Stewart already, bombarding Ryan Fazio. Oh, they're not conservative enough. Give me a break. Do you want to cuddle your conservative doll or you want to win? What's the deal here? Bob in Weston's here. Bob, how are you? What's going on?
Hey, Paul.
Yes.
Paul, I'm more afraid of the unknown. Look what happened in New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a guy like Bloomberg, you know, he's more of a centrist, and then it went downhill from there. My God, and look what we have now. What has Governor Malloy done that's so bad? He keeps the Democrat Senate under control. I think he's a great guy, and I think we're just going to rattle the feathers of the Senate if we get, like you were saying, you know, all these people are not politicians. They're not tried and true.
Yep.
I think we better take another 4 years, put Malloy back in office.
You mean Lamont? You mean Lamont?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
I do
so
the
nice
same
today.
thing.
I'm daydreaming.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
All right.
Forgive me.
No, Bob, I do have to scoot. I get the point. No, you're right, Bob, and thank you. This is why, Bob, to your point, this is why Ned Lamont's got like 10 or 12% support from Republicans. Because believe me, they know and they understand what I know and understand. For you people out there that don't like Ned Lamont, I get you, I understand. Please, once Ned Lamont is done serving this state, if it then goes to Susan Bysiewicz or somebody like William Tong or somebody like that, Ned Lamont is going to look like Ronald Wilson Reagan.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. Right lane is out. Also on 95 northbound roadwork coming off Route 7, going up to exit 16. Stay left to get through. In 91 north and southbound sides, construction between exits 14 and 15. Right lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound roadwork in Wallingford going into exit 58. Stay left to get around it. On Route 8 north and southbound, construction between exit 17 and 15. And 84 westbound roadwork, exit 16 through 14. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Give the gift of good taste. Give a gift card from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. A gift card from Gusto in Milford is the gift of freshly made Italian classics and new Italian cuisine, perfect for friends, family, or coworkers. This year, give the gift of good taste with a gift card from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Ricardo, Ellen, and the Gusto family wish you happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com. Thank you from Gusto.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Department of Homeland Security has officially launched an immigration enforcement operation in New Orleans. Reporter Katie Weiss has the latest.
We expect to see about 200 agents here over the next couple of weeks making several arrests, not only in New Orleans, but also across the Louisiana and Mississippi Gulf Coast.
Federal authorities are also preparing an immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota, primarily focusing on Somali immigrants. Reporter Barrett Leone.
This move could potentially impact hundreds of people here in Minnesota. Our state is home to the largest Somali population, close to 80,000 people.
With peace efforts for Ukraine apparently stalled, NATO's chief is urging members to continue their support for Kyiv.
Our support must continue unabated to help Ukraine defend itself today and deter tomorrow, for their own sake and for ours.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 63-year-old Milford man will be spending over 7 years in prison for beating his roommate to death in 2019. Ricky Garcia pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter under the Alford Doctrine, which means that he does not agree with all the allegations, but concedes that a conviction is likely at trial. Garcia reportedly told police that he, quote, dropped the hammer on 50-year-old Christopher Peckham during a brutal beating. He will be formally sentenced at a later date. An elderly man has life-threatening injuries after he was struck by a car in Bridgeport. Police say the 80-year-old man was hit late Monday afternoon on Clinton Avenue. The man was taken by ambulance to St. Vincent's Medical Center, where he was listed in critical condition. The 67-year-old Fairfield resident who was driving the car remained at the scene. Police say the driver was not injured and is cooperating with the investigation. A West Haven police officer has been removed from duty over allegations of using excessive force. City officials have not yet identified the officer and have not released any details about what led to the suspension. The allegations were reported by a fellow officer, and the case has been turned over to the state's attorney's office for possible prosecution. Officials say more information about the allegations and the officer are expected to be released by Police Chief Joseph Perno today. Eversource is appealing the decision by state regulators to reject the sale of its Aquarian water subsidiary. The Public Utility Regulatory Authority rejected the request by Eversource to sell Aquarian to the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority. The regulators found that the sale would not be in the public interest. State and local leaders had also pushed back against the proposed sale, including Attorney General William Tong.
This is not something that people can do without. This is not a nice to have. We're talking about water for life. And to drive up costs on people right now when they're struggling so much is unconscionable.
Eversource's appeal argues that state regulators did not have jurisdiction to reject the agreement. Around 3,500 Connecticut utility customers lost electricity from the storm Tuesday that brought rain and snow to the state. Eversource had reported over 2,200 widely scattered outages across the state. United Illuminating provides power to the Bridgeport and New Haven areas. And this morning, the company had reported around 1,200 outages from the storm Tuesday. All but a few of the UI outages had been resolved by early this morning. Around 400 Eversource customers were still in the dark. A judge in Texas has approved an agreement to dispose of $21 million in Waterbury hospital debts. The judge is allowing the payment of nearly $9 million to settle the overdue property taxes and utility bills that were owed by bankrupt Prospect Medical Holdings. UConn Health has won a bankruptcy auction to purchase the hospital for $13 million. Prospect is seeking to settle its tax debts in advance of the closing of the hospital sale. A temporary court win for states pushing back on cuts to Planned Parenthood. A federal judge Tuesday issued a preliminary injunction blocking enforcement of a clause in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, stopping Medicaid funds going to groups performing abortions like Planned Parenthood. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania are among the 22 states in the lawsuit. And a second Democrat is challenging 3rd District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro for the party nomination next year. Democratic Socialists of America member Andrew Rice of Milford has filed paperwork seeking to challenge the 82-year-old DeLauro for her seat next year. Rice is a 37-year-old molecular biologist and a UConn graduate, but announced on social media that he has resigned his current job to focus full-time on the campaign.
If I'm serious about this, then I need to be focused. But also, people are struggling right now. And if I'm not going to risk my comfort or dare to have to struggle myself, then why should anyone trust me?
He joins attorney Dem John DeNoble, who previously announced plans to seek DeLauro's congressional seat. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. Right lane is out. Also on 95 northbound roadwork coming off Route 7, going up to exit 16. Stay left to get through. In 91 north and southbound sides, construction between exits 14 and 15. Right lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound roadwork in Wallingford, going into exit 58. Stay left to get around it. On Route 8 north and southbound, construction between exit 17 and 15. And 84 westbound roadwork, exits 16 through 14. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. So you're going to start hearing the name of a recognizable name that you may say, hey, yeah, I remember that. Betsy McCoy, yeah, back under George Pataki in the great Empire State of New York. She did a few years as lieutenant governor back in the mid to late 90s. One of her areas of authority has always been healthcare. She writes columns for the New York Post right now. You see her on cable news, particularly on a show she has on Newsmax. All well and good. So apparently, according to what we're hearing from interviews, according to this story Dan Haar has in Hearst, Connecticut media, according to what some of my contacts in Hartford are saying, yeah, she may, she hasn't done it yet. She may enter the race for governor of Connecticut. Okay, you don't tell somebody they can't run. But is this something the state GOP really needs? Again, the Connecticut Republican Party, at least the candidates, are trying to get out of this vortex of going to people who sound really good, that have never run for elected office for the first time and have never won. I'm not saying Betsy McCoy couldn't win, but come on, what are the odds? Please, let's look at this logically. Let's just look at this logically. Tom Foley, nice guy. I met him a couple of times, lost twice. Bob Stefanowski, nice guy, loves Connecticut. I talked to him a couple of times, lost twice. Leora Levy, when the nominee should have been Themis Claridis, the right-wingers in the GOP here in Connecticut, the non-pragmatic wing of the Connecticut Republican Party said, oh, no, we can't do that because Themis is married to the Eversource guy. Who cares? They went with Leora Levy, and she got killed by Dick Blumenthal, who was at 50% at the time. And, of course, bravo to her for breaking down the education department because it's not really necessary. Linda McMahon, 0 for 2. I remember the first time Linda ran, I was doing talk shows at another station, and somebody said to me, "Oh, Linda McMahon, huh? She could really win." I said, "She's got no shot." "What do you mean? How do you know she can't win?" "Women hate wrestling." "Yeah, but," I said, "stop it. Women hate wrestling." This is back when the WWE was really, some of the storylines were a little misogynistic. And now, with all due respect, Betsy McCoy is out there at 77 calling rich boy Ned Lamont. Betsy, with all due respect, and if you get in the race, I'll have you on the show. 3.5 million people in Connecticut already know that Lamont's a rich guy. We know that. Oh, my God. The Republican voters, don't do this. Oh. But, of course, I'm seeing some people online. I actually see people online in some conservative group saying, well, you know, Aaron Stewart could be a Democratic plant. Can you believe this? And again, I don't know whether I'm going to vote for her or Ryan Fazio or anybody else. That's not the point. That's not the point. Do you want to vote for somebody you want to cuddle up with at night, or do you want to vote for somebody who can win? Win. Vitamin W. Win. In case you Republican voters out there who seem to do the dumbest things at conventions, in case you haven't noticed, the GOP is not doing real well since 2006. And remember, if it wasn't for some of you people out there, there might never have been a Governor Ned Lamont. Remember, you didn't like Mark Boughton. And you said, no, let's go with somebody else. How did that turn out? Come on. Joe in Stratford. Joe, how are you? Good afternoon.
I am doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good, Joe. What's up?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think about the town of Stratford and the vote that went the other way?
I'm sorry. Down in Stratford, what? I lost you there. You broke up.
The mayoral vote.
Yeah.
What do you think?
What do I think? I have no opinion on that because I've been following the race from afar, and I don't live in Stratford, Joe. I mean, I'd be lying to you and lying to my listeners if I give an opinion on something that I'm not that close to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I been listening for a little while now, an hour or so, and you had made a comment on the Republicans putting people out there with no experience.
Yeah. On a statewide basis, yes. For the governor's race, yes. Yes.
Yeah, but on a local, it all starts from local, right? It all starts from grassroots.
Well, yeah. Listen, I'm all for guys and gals running their way up through the parties on either side and getting a good resume and then climbing to higher elected office. Yeah, sure.
Well, Chess, who was elected, unanimously, it was a shock.
Yeah.
Had no political experience. So how does that fit?
You know what? It's funny, Joe. You said it was a shock, but I did ask a few people about this, just kind of off the record, going into this. I said, what do you think? And I had some people say, well, no, Chet, he's going to win. She's got no shot. Laura Hoydick's got no shot again. So I guess some people saw something out there, Joe. I don't know. Some people told me that, no, it's guaranteed going to be him. And it was,
Based on zero experience in a political environment?
What?
How was that?
Joe, that's my point. I guess Joe, in every election, right? I guess there are some people who are drawn toward a candidate, right? On either side. I mean, look at Mr. Trump right now. I know a lot of people the first time.
President Trump.
No, Mr. Trump is still acceptable. I know a lot of people that said I'm voting for him because he is not a political beast. I said, well, okay, we'll see what happens. So, Joe, your point is right. I think even on a local election, there are some people. I'm not necessarily one of them. I'd like to see you have a little experience in doing something, right? But there are some people who say, hey, he or she is they're not a career politician. I'm going to go for that, right? You know people like that. You must know people like that.
Oh, and that I truly understand.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah. But when his wife writes an email or sends something out standing his position,
no.
I'm kind of off kilter with that. It should be from him.
Yeah, Joe, and Joe, thank you for the call, my friend. Appreciate it. Yeah, Joe, you know what it is? Joe and Stratford there. Here's the thing. Whether it's dog catcher, mayor, first selectman, first select woman, the president of the United States, President Trump, the vice, you can't get into people's heads on how they vote, which is why I find this stuff so fascinating. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Would a beautiful holiday light display get you in the Christmas spirit? Then the holiday decorations at RD Cinto Corporate Park in Shelton are a must. RD Cinto welcomes you to drive through and see a world where holiday cheer meets artistic vision, including a brand new 40-foot hanging display from Florence, Italy. Drive between 1 and 2 Corporate Drive in Shelton as countless lights surround you, and gifts are suspended mid-air like magic. The display is up all month and the public is welcome. Happy holidays from RD Cinto.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound road work, exits 4 and 5. Right lane is out. Also on 95 northbound road work coming off Route 7, going up to exit 16. Stay left to get through. In 91 north and southbound sides, construction between exits 14 and 15. Right lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound road work in Wallingford, going into exit 58. Stay left to get around it. On Route 8 north and southbound, construction between exit 17 and 15. And 84 westbound road work, exits 16 through 14. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, number to call, number to text to, talk or text or talk, same number, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. There are rumblings, rumble. And I said to myself, no way, when I first saw this a few days ago, there are rumblings that, and you see her on Newsmax. If you have Newsmax, I do, but I rarely watch it. Because once I'm off the air and before I get on the air the next day, I try to. People say, "Hey, did you watch it?" No, I don't want to. No, I want to turn my brain off. No, anyway. But Betsy McCoy, former lieutenant governor of New York, she's on Newsmax, and our pal Dan Haar has an excellent story. We'll talk to him at 5 about this. She may, again, you might, Rabbit, you might, if you know, you know. She may jump into the Republican field for the gubernatorial nomination. Nothing wrong with that. You know, well, like I say, the more the merrier. But I guess the fear is here that could she have the same effect on this race that Leora Levy had, who, again, by all measures I've heard, I never met Ms. Levy, but fine woman in the Republican Party, but just got destroyed election-wise by Richard Blumenthal the last time Mr. Blumenthal was up for election to the U.S. Senate, because Donald Trump had a ringing over-the-phone endorsement of Leora Levy, and that was enough to sway the primary voters in this state. And, you know, I was getting yelled at on social media and on the phone. Oh, my God, how can you call yourself a conservative and want to vote for Themis Claridis? Well, because eventually I think maybe you want to, win something? For all the great, and I'm not talking about the party hierarchy here in Ben Proto. Ben is great. Ben's editorials, his media, he encapsulates Republican ideas perfectly. But he's also pragmatic. And a lot of people in the state, especially the Republican primary voters, I hate to say that if it makes you mad, but it is what it is, what it is. And frankly, I could not believe that people said last time, I'm not going to vote for Themis Claridis. You know, somebody who had enormous sway in the General Assembly in Hartford. Yes, even though the Republicans were in the minority, trust me, I know the people I've spoken to over the years. She was well respected and was a good legislator. But for some reason, because she was going to marry the Everstars guy, you said no. Why should I vote for her when a couple of polls showed she had an actual shot against Richard Blumenthal? I fear that might happen again with Betsy McCoy. I'm not saying she would make a bad governor or a bad elected anything. That's not the report. That's not the point. The real point is you have to ask yourselves, both you Democrats and Republicans, when you vote in a primary, who can win? What's your vote for? Is your vote for somebody who can actually, get 50% plus one or put up a good fight? Yeah, we did better than expected, but you still lost. You know, it's like the Democrats crowing over this nut last night that they ran in Tennessee 07, Afton Ben. Have you heard her in interviews? I told you I played some of those clips here. Now, there's two things to look at with that, and I guess the Republican there who, that district was plus 22 for Trump in 2024, and now it was only plus 8 last night. Now, I get it. It's a special election. But again, let's transpose what I'm saying to the Democratic side. If you ran a normal Democrat, you would have won last night. Seriously. You ran some leftist nut who basically said she hated, and if you don't believe me, look it up, Google it, like my North Jersey people like to say, Google it. Got that Philly thing going in there. Coke and a hoagie. She basically said she hated a bunch of people in the own state that she was running to be a member of Congress from. Oh, my God. This is what I mean. The crazy lefties in the Democratic Party embraced her in a race they could have won. but they embraced somebody who wouldn't renounce her asinine defund the police stuff from 5 years ago. And you know what her point was? I don't remember the tweets. Oh, come on. Do you think we're that stupid? Well, some voters are. But my point being that when you vote for people who make you warm and fuzzy, yeah, and you don't act like an adult to say, yeah, I like her, but she can't win. So are we going to go down that road again this time with the governor's race? And again, it's nothing for or against Betsy McCoy. It's nothing for or against Ryan Fazio. It's nothing for or against Aaron Stewart. It's common freaking sense. Who can win? Divorce your emotions from this. Shed everything. Say, this person v. Ned Lamont, this person v. Ned Lamont, and maybe a third person v. Governor Ned Lamont. Who's got a shot? That's all I'm saying. Because there are people already saying, well, don't worry about her. No, there's no way that Betsy McCoy can come in here and snag the nomination. Well, if Donald Trump got on the phone right now, I'm telling you this, if Donald Trump got on the phone right now and did a robocall saying, I endorse Betsy McCoy, I watch her on Newsmax all the time, I think she'd be great as the next governor to take on rich boy Ned Lamont. There you go. You realize what a boost that would? It would give her the same boost that it gave Leora Levy a few years ago against Themis Claridis. Let me ask you something. How did that turn out? No? How did that turn out? And I remember everybody was agog of her. Oh my God, she got an endorsement from Donald Trump. How did that turn out in Connecticut? Not in Alabama, not in Mississippi, not in Tennessee, in the great state of Connecticut. We're back right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound road work, exits 4 and 5. Right lane is out. Also on 95 northbound road work coming off Route 7, going up to exit 16. Stay left to get through. In 91 north and southbound sides, construction between exits 14 and 15. Right lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound road work in Wallingford, going into exit 58. Stay left to get around it. On Route 8 north and southbound, construction between exit 17 and 15. And 84 westbound road work, exits 16 through 14. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All righty. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Betsy McCoy, May, rumblings here. Rumble. she may get in the Republican governor's race. Does the GOP need another candidate for next year?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Pentagon's watchdog has sent its review of Signalgate to Congress. Stacey Lynn reports.
According to sources, the report found that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth put U.S. personnel and their mission at risk when he texted sensitive information about a military strike in Yemen on the Signal messaging app. Trump administration officials have long downplayed the severity of the breach and have insisted that the information wasn't classified. The Pentagon Inspector General tells CBS News its report will be publicly available online tomorrow.
The news comes a day before the Admiral, Hegseth says, ordered a second strike on a drug boat in September, briefs lawmakers on what happened. Nancy Cortez reports Democrats and Republicans have a lot of questions.
Quite unusual to have even the leader of the Senate, John Thune, saying that senators want to know more about exactly what happened here.
The chairman of the House Judiciary Committee has issued a subpoena to former special counsel Jack Smith as part of the committee's probe into the federal prosecutions of President Trump. A lawyer for Smith has indicated he will comply. Trump is expected to announce a proposal to weaken the vehicle mileage rules for the auto industry, significantly reducing fuel economy requirements through the 2031 models. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The general principle behind all this is they're trying to find ways to lower costs, and they believe by not changing fuel standards the way they were seeking to do so under the Biden administration, you're potentially cutting costs on the automaker, therefore cutting costs on what you purchase a vehicle for.
Katie Weiss reports the administration's immigration crackdown is underway in the New Orleans area.
We've started to get some reports of sightings from community members and local activist organizations of those federal agents already in the Big Easy arresting non-documented citizens. But so far, we're still working to confirm those sightings and those reports. Meanwhile, the Louisiana governor welcomes this operation that is being dubbed Catahoula Crunch.
The Trump administration's pausing all immigration applications. Greg Chen of the American Immigration Lawyers Association.
We have already heard from our member attorney practitioners across the country in many different cities that people who have been lined up waiting for their interviews or for citizenship, for green cards, for oath ceremonies that are scheduled for this week or next week have simply had them canceled.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Around 3,500 Connecticut utility customers lost electricity from the storm Tuesday that brought rain and snow to the state. Eversource reported over 2,200 widely scattered outages around the state. United Illuminating provides power to the Bridgeport and New Haven areas, and the company reported around 1,200 outages Tuesday. All but a few of the UI outages had been resolved by early this morning, while around 400 Eversource customers were still in the dark. A West Haven police officer has been removed from duty over allegations of using excessive force. City officials have not yet identified the officer and have not released any details about what led to the suspension. The allegations were reported by a fellow officer, and the case has been turned over to the state's attorney's office for possible prosecution. Officials say more information about the allegations and the officer is expected to be released by Police Chief Joseph Perno today. A 63-year-old Milford man will spend over 7 years in prison for beating his roommate to death in 2019. Ricky Garcia pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter under the Alford Doctrine, which means he does not agree with all the allegations but concedes that a conviction is likely at trial. Garcia reportedly told police that he, quote, dropped the hammer on 50-year-old Christopher Peckham during a brutal beating. He will be formally sentenced at a later date. And a second Democrat is challenging 3rd District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro for the party nomination next year. Democratic Socialists of America member Andrew Rice of Milford has filed paperwork seeking to challenge the 82-year-old DeLauro for her seat next year. Rice is a 37-year-old molecular biologist and a UConn graduate, but announced on social media that he has resigned his current job to focus full-time on the campaign.
If I'm serious about this, then I need to be focused. But also, people are struggling right now, and if I'm not going to risk my comfort or dare to have to struggle myself, then why should anyone trust me?
He joins attorney Dem John DeNoble, who previously announced plans to seek DeLauro's congressional seat. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident approaching exit 31, and on 95 northbound plan on about 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Further ahead on 95, heavy congestion through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, an accident reported exit 46 right before the West Rock Tunnel. And on Route 8, the southbound side, residual delays going into Ansonia because of earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Thank you. Good to have you with us. Hour number 2 of our 4-hour daily get-together. You and I together Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talking about, of course, what's going on in Connecticut. The reason we call it Connecticut Today. Little news, little mirth, my opinion, your opinions, you calling me a moron, me calling certain people morons. It's all fun. It's all in good fun. But today we are looking at, and our pal Dan Harr from Hearst Connecticut Media wrote a very lengthy and interesting story here. Story about how the Republican field for governor next year, which everybody kind of thought was set, kind of, sort of. Now, it doesn't mean other people can get in. Understand, when I do stories like this, I'm not chiding, C-H-I-D-I-N-G. I'm not chiding people for running. I'm not. What I am chiding people for, voters and candidates, is this. Races like this should not be vanity projects. And I know that if for some reason my talk radio career in this state, even after 35 or 40 years of doing this, over the next 5 or 6 years, for some reason, I take off to stratospheric heights, and they say, hey, we want you to run for the state house or the state senate or Congress, I'm going to say, well, geez, can I win? And that's the point. Point being here that a current cable news personality Betsy McCoy, who you may remember. She's an interesting person. I think I had her on a couple of years ago. Not here, but at previous stations. Because of her expertise in healthcare and all that. She's on Newsmax right now. Dual resident, you could say, I guess, of New York City and also of Greenwich here in Connecticut, Fairfield County, I believe, saying, hey, she may enter the race for the Republican nomination for governor. All right, good on her. But the point is this, and again, not to in any way dissuade her, but again, a lot of times, as we have seen here in Connecticut, primary voters on the Republican side tend to forget where they are. They're not in Alabama. They're not in Tennessee. They're not in Kentucky. They're not in Mississippi. They're not in Texas. They're not in Kansas. They are in blue Connecticut. Now, it doesn't mean that in blue Connecticut a Republican can't win again. But my thought here is, if you are not winning the way you've been doing, for what you have done since 2006, why keep doing it that way? I'm telling you, one of the best shots that the Republicans had a few years ago, when, myself and all the pundits are here saying, hey, I think Themis Claridis has a real shot against Richard Blumenthal for the U.S. Senate. She's well-known, a pro-choice woman, and yes, that's another thing. A lot of you Republican primary voters out there say they will never vote for a pro-choice woman. Well, then you're probably not going to win. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. Don't like abortion, don't have one. Well, what do you want me to tell you? And, in came Leora Levy, and I said right here on this program, I said, this is nothing against Mrs. Levy. I hear she's a wonderful person, gangbuster, fundraiser for the Connecticut Republican Party. Ask yourselves if she really, really has a shot. Everybody was agog and sweating and pounding their chests because President Trump at the time gave her or former president, I forget when the years were. It's all a blur. Gave her an endorsement. Well, how did that work out? She won the primary, and how'd the general election work out? So, again, I don't think that Betsy McCoy or anybody else has any real shot here. But again, you GOP primary voters, don't get hooked into the shiny object here. Oh, look at that. I mean, she's calling Ned Lamont Rich Boy Lamont. Oh, stop. Stop with the nickname. Stop with the nicknames. What are your policies going to be? Because I'm sorry, I had to do this today because I'm sitting there saying to myself, is this going to be Leora Levy all over again? Paul and Shelton Hangout will be to you right after we do this on a Wednesday, middle of the week on WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions.
Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit hoffmanenergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
For the best FCAC high school football coverage, tune in to the Rudin Report Sunday Morning Quarterback. 11 a.m. every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Sunday Morning Quarterback, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations, covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident approaching exit 31, and on 95 northbound plan on about 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Further ahead on 95, heavy congestion through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, an accident reported exit 46 right before the West Rock Tunnel. And on Route 8, the southbound side, residual delays going into Ansonia because of earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, and just to double check here and just to verify and clarify, yeah, that was in 2022. The run of Leora Levy versus Richard Blumenthal. So Mr. Blumenthal is up again. Should he choose to run for another term, he would be up again in 2028, so in the next presidential year. But yeah, back in 2022, there were a couple of polls, I remember, that were showing Themis Claridis, who was the assumed Republican Senate nominee, within like a point or a half a point of Richard Blumenthal. I said, wow. And then all of a sudden we got the rumblings about Leora Levy, which again, I have nothing against her. But the minute I saw that, I got on the show and said, don't make that mistake. She can't win. Yeah, but Trump's going to endorse her. I don't care who endorses her. She can't win. If the man from Mars comes down from Mars, lands on the New Haven Green or in McClevey Green in Bridgeport or Cole Park in Hartford and says, vote for this person, it doesn't matter if they can't win. And Leora Levy went on to lose to Richard Blumenthal 57-43. At the same time, Themis Claridis was pretty much in a statistical dead heat. I still think Blumenthal would have won even against her. And my point being here is Betsy McCoy, if she gets in the race, is she going to be looking for that Trump endorsement? And are we going to see deja vu all over again? I don't think so, but good Lord. If that happened again, and again, this is nothing. I probably agree with Betsy McCoy on 99% of policy stuff. But you can't win. She can't win. She can't win. Just the way I am not going to be the opening day starter for the New York Yankees this coming March or April, whatever. I have all the good intentions. Yeah, I want to open with a fastball low and outside. Yeah, that's great, Paul. You can't do it. Paul in Shelton is here. Hey, Paul, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to say, so I'm not a registered Republican.
Yeah.
I am a conservative.
Yeah.
So I can't vote in primary.
Yeah.
But if you want to beat Lamont,
yeah,
you have to go with somebody in this state that is more like Lamont, because Lamont is more of a Democrat than a liberal, which is hard. Like Bill Clinton, I voted for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's more in lines of that.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a Republican running, that Republicans listening that can vote in the primary that gets Trump's endorsement and a MAGA and all this, they'll get the Republican vote here, but they have to swing the Democrats to their side.
And it's never going to happen. And, Paul, it's never going to happen. That's never going to happen.
I agree. But they have to be like Lamont.
Yeah.
A Trump endorsement probably would hurt.
Oh, my God, yeah, at this point.
In this state. It would bury him.
Yeah.
It would bury him or her, whoever's running. They need somebody that is more regular Republican, just like Lamont is more true Democrat, not liberal.
And yet, Paul, I see on a lot of these social media groups, these political groups I belong to, there's if Trump endorsed X, Y, and Z, they're getting my vote. Why? This is Connecticut. It's not Louisiana. It's not Mississippi. I don't get why people don't understand this, Paul.
I know, but I don't have a say in it because I can't vote in that.
Yeah.
But that I'm saying that so Republicans, if we can take back the state, we need somebody like Lamont.
Yeah.
Which I guess I'm almost promoting Lamont in my sentence.
Well,
but,
no, I get, and Paul, I do have to run. Thanks. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, I mean, this is a funny situation here where you have a lot of people in this state who are saying, and I've said it here on the show too, part of the allure and the approval Ned Lamont gets across party lines is he keeps the leftist nuts in his own party in check. I mean, folks, I am telling you, when he's done, let's assume, unless there's an upset, that next year in 2026 he wins re-election. Let me tell you something. After whomever is elected in 2030, whether it's Susan Bysowitz, whether it's William Tong, whether it's some, Gary Winfield out of the General Assembly, you are going to see an orgasm of spending here in this state that will make Ned Lamont, again, look like Ronald Reagan. Ned Lamont will look like Barry freaking Goldwater compared to what's coming up next in the Democratic Party in this state. But my God, you Republicans, don't and I'm a registered Republican, I'm telling you this because I'm one of you, don't automatically say, well, look at that. Trump endorsed her or him, so I'm going there. I'm not saying you can't, but think. So I'm saying, think. Jeff in Westport. Jeff, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul, how are you doing?
Yes, sir.
Sad to say, we will not have a Republican governor in this state. Know why? Lamont started his run. Guess where he went to?
Where?
He went to Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford. Why? Because that's where all the people who get their free crap from the state vote.
Well,
and that's why they vote Democrat.
Well, that's
it's
part
sad
of
to say, but that's what it is.
And Jeff, thank you. That's part of it. But in the last cycle, now part of the reason he got, and you watch how hard Lamont hits the cities this time around, because Democratic votes in 2024 in Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven were actually down. They have been dropping a little bit in the last cycles. You know what's been saving Democrats in the state here? The suburban Democrats. You know, the city Democratic numbers are there. They're not as strong as they've been in the past. So if you look at the last couple of cycles, it's the immediate suburbs, many of which were red years ago. It's not that way anymore. Times change, demographics change. Richard in Fairfield. Rich, how are you? What's up?
Your point is well taken, what you just said. Jeff's phone call was right on 2, 3, 4 years ago, but there's a change going on.
Yep.
Republicans would be better off. It may not be right, but it's coming up real quick. 8-30G, 8-80052, those two housing bills are affecting the suburbs of Connecticut big time. And I'm sensing and seeing and talking to more people in my town, Fairfield, everybody else, and now they're starting to realize that this socialistic, woke DEI stuff, this communism, that people don't have to earn it. They can just slap up a 4-story brick building next to you in whatever town you live in and live there and do this. I think that's an issue. I think the Republicans, by the way, you're right. A Trump endorsement only helps in a party. It doesn't help in a general election.
Exactly.
Those days from 40, 70 years ago are gone.
70 years ago.
And you know it and see it. But there's an issue that's brewing, and I sense it. And I don't know if it's in time for this new gubernatorial race coming up next year. But people are starting to get irate, starting to realize, whoa.
Yeah.
And you're right about another thing you just said. The Democrats in the suburb towns, well, I have mine.
Yeah.
We have our income. We have our house. A lady right up the street, they're going to slap down, a 6-story brick building like Moscow and Leningrad. So there's an issue, and it's building. And it may not be this year, next year, but it's coming.
No, I think
people are going to realize.
I think, Rich, and thank you for the call. I think even though the effect of the housing bill and stuff, Rich, thank you, maybe years down the road, I think that the Republicans are going to hammer the housing bill, and they're going to hammer utilities. They're going to hammer how much it costs to live here, and they're going to, hammer. What I would do is take a look at all these scandals. I mean, Ned may be a nice guy, but you take a look at all these scandals there, the Costas Diamantis thing, the Pura scandal, the state pier, which is just a money toilet, a rat hole. And, but again, all of this is going to be moot if you have a cadre of Republican vote, and I'm hearing them seeing them already online. Well, I swear I saw somebody last week say, Aaron Stewart is a Democratic plant. And Ryan Fazio, a rich boy, he doesn't. I mean, come on, people, please. What do you want? What do you want? Problem is you don't know what you want. That's the problem. All right, traffic and weather together, news and assorted goodies coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident approaching exit 31, and on 95 northbound plan on about 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Further ahead on 95, heavy congestion through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, an accident reported exit 46 right before the West Rock Tunnel. And on Route 8, the southbound side, residual delays going into Ansonia because of earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Manage Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Dine out for half price. It's sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 gift cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click sweet deals. Restaurants include Melting Pot, Munch Eatery, Tucker's Pie, Garlic and Herbs, Vinny's Deli, Lockworks Tavern and Saltbrook Prime, Sugar Llamas, Frankie's Diner, Greer's Southern Table, Dave's Planet Pizza, Forever Sweet Bakery, and The Primping Place. To save 50%, go to voiceofct.com, click sweet deals.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. ICE agents have begun an immigration enforcement surge in the New Orleans area. Katie Weiss reports.
At least one local activist group tells me that they plan to hold virtual meetings every night to teach people about their rights if in case they do come across these federal agents.
The Trump administration's pausing all immigration applications. Greg Chen of the American Immigration Lawyers Association says there's a lot of confusion over the pause.
Attorneys don't have more instruction from the administration at this point, which is simply put a complete halt to the processing for these cases.
President Trump has pardoned Texas Democratic Representative Henry Cuellar. He was facing bribery charges.
I want to thank President Trump for this action that he took. On behalf of my wife and my family, I want to say thank you.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Parents in Orange just received an alert that Peck Place School is in lockdown. This information just coming to us, a developing story, working on getting some of those details for you. Meanwhile, Eversource is appealing the decision by state regulators to reject the sale of its Aquarian water subsidiary. The Public Utility Regulatory Authority rejected the request by Eversource to sell Aquarian to the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority. The regulators found that the sale would not be in the public interest. State and local leaders had also pushed back against the proposed sale, including Attorney General William Tong.
This is not something that people can do without. This is not a nice to have. We're talking about water for life. And to drive up costs on people right now when they're struggling so much is unconscionable.
Eversource's appeal argues that state regulators did not have jurisdiction to reject the agreement. A 33-year-old man is sentenced to spend 10 years in federal prison for distributing methamphetamine pills in Connecticut. The U.S. Attorney's Office said Tyrone Brown of Lithonia, Georgia, mailed at least 79 packages containing methamphetamine pills to New Haven between January of 2022 and March of 2024. Brown was arrested in April, and he pleaded guilty to drug-related charges in September. An elderly man has life-threatening injuries after he was struck by a car in Bridgeport. Police say the 80-year-old man was hit late Monday afternoon on Clinton Avenue. The man was taken by ambulance to St. Vincent's Medical Center, where he was listed in critical condition. The 67-year-old Fairfield resident who was driving the car remained at the scene. Police say the driver was not injured and is cooperating with the investigation. A Portland, Oregon man has been arrested on charges accusing him of harassing the father of a Sandy Hook school victim. Kevin Perfield is accused of targeting Robbie Parker, the father of Sandy Hook first grader Emily Parker, who was killed in the 2012 attack. Perfield was arrested after police say he ignored orders to stop contacting Parker, who says the harassment started within a month of the killings in 2012. He says court orders mean nothing to Perfield, who signs his name and puts his phone number on the messages sent to Parker. A suspect apparently opened fire on Stamford police as they responded to a call at a home on Oaklawn Avenue Tuesday. Police say officers were approaching the home when the gunfire erupted. The suspect and police then exchanged gunfire before the unidentified person barricaded themselves inside the home. Police later determined that the suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The matter is under investigation by the State Inspector General's office. Millions of dollars will go to more cleanup and restoration efforts for Long Island Sound. The nearly $12 million will reportedly fund stormwater management, habitat restoration, and efforts to reduce nitrogen pollution. Here in Connecticut, money is being invested in projects that include the Aspetuck Land Trust to supply coastal buffers in Bridgeport. Save the Sound will install a green roof and other stormwater projects at the Beardsley Zoo. Earth Place in Westport will provide watershed science programs for high school and college students, and Sound Waters will install a 2.2-acre salt marsh in Stamford Harbor. A temporary court win for states pushing back on cuts to Planned Parenthood. A federal judge Tuesday issued a preliminary injunction blocking enforcement of a clause in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, stopping Medicaid funds going to groups performing abortions like Planned Parenthood. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania are among the 22 states in the lawsuit. And a judge in Texas has approved an agreement to dispose of $21 million in Waterbury hospital debts. The judge is allowing the payment of nearly $9 million to settle the overdue property taxes and utility bills that were owed by bankrupt Prospect Medical Holdings. UConn Health has won a bankruptcy auction to purchase the hospital for $13 million. Prospect is seeking to settle its tax debts in advance of the closing of the hospital sale. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Up Merritt northbound, accident remains between exits 30 and 32. Has things backed up to Black Rock Turnpike. On 95 northbound, plan on at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. In New Haven, 95 north and southbound sides are very busy through Long Wharf and West Haven. Well, across northbound, some residual delays into the tunnel from an earlier issue that's been clear. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, right here, right now. Hey, how are you? Dan Haar coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Our buddy, our pal Mike O'Neill, who analyzes the U.S. Supreme Court, coming up next hour. Big Supreme Court cases out there that could, yes, even though it's U.S. Supreme Court, could affect you and I with money. Cha-ching. Them dead presidents, the green Jeebus. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Tax-cutting ideas. Legislative Democrats in Hartford, according to this story here in the Connecticut Mirror that was yesterday by Keith Phaneuf, good member of the Greater Hartford Capital Press Corps. Democrats have tax-cutting ideas, but there's a catch. Now, again, both sides are going to be saying how responsible they are and how irresponsible the other side is when we turn the calendar and get headlong into an election year. Now, the Republicans are out there saying, hey, taxpayers are saving money every day, and they are because of the fiscal guardrails that were put in, again, when there was a power-sharing structure in the state Senate back in 2016 or 2017. Why do you think you have these guardrails? Saving you and I on taxes because the state has a better fiscal structure. It's because the Republicans had a big say in some of this stuff in 2016 or 2017. And there were a couple of fiscally conservative Democrats who, shockingly, oh my God, they sided with Republicans on something in Hartford. And shockingly, the state's in a better fiscal position about it. What? You mean Republicans are more fiscally reliable than Democrats? Yes, they are. Just so you know. Many progressive and moderate Democrats in the General Assembly are already pushing for ways to create a permanent state income tax credit for low and middle income households with children. Why is it always the income tax credit for somebody who has kids? Why don't they do something for everybody? Now, the reason Democrats and progressives love the child tax credit is because it's younger families, a lot of black and Hispanic families, lower and middle income, so they can say, oh, look what we did for you people. Oh, we love you. The most popular plan would provide $600 per child, a tax credit per year on your state taxes, or $1,800 per household. Gee, how do I get that? Now, my son is long out of the house, but where's my tax credit? The United Way of Connecticut, another leader in the fight for a state child tax credit, vowed to continue the battle, showing a record high 581,000 Connecticut households, 40% couldn't afford a basic survival budget. Now, see, Lamont's budget spokesman Chris Colby said the governor, quote, will listen to any ideas that reduce taxes, increase taxpayers. That's a very undemocratic thing to say. Increase taxpayers and make our state more attractive to live and work. Can Connecticut afford to cut taxes and bolster human services? See, that's the argument the Democrats always use. Well, you know, if we take a little less out of your pants and out of your pocket, then people will suffer. I have an idea. You know what's an easy way to give people tax relief, especially low-income people? Lower the freaking sales tax. Instead of all this kabuki theater about this tax credit and that tax credit, why don't you lower taxes for everyone? Take a fraction off the sales tax. Well, you don't want to do that, though, because that could, that would help. That would help those dastardly people in Fairfield County. Muffy, we can get a Mercedes cheaper. Oh, my God. Both House Speaker Matt Ritter and other legislators warn frequently that any tax cuts must be sustainable. In other words, don't promise so much relief it must be scaled back 1 year later if the economy slips. Oh, again, do that. Josh Elliott, who, of course, is a progressive and challenging Governor Lamont for the 2026 Democratic nomination, is founder of the legislature's Tax Equity Caucus. Added that tax relief is good, but not the only one to help families. Now, he's right here. It does a family little good to save $700 on income taxes if Connecticut cuts municipal aid so much that some households face an $800 increase in town property taxes. He's 100% right there. I'll tell you, Connecticut, what do we have? We have like the fourth or fifth biggest I'll look this up on the break. But we have the fourth or fifth largest tax burden in America. It never gets better. We talk about all these idiotic ideas, a credit for this, a this for this. If you qualify here, we'll give you this, and we still screw people with taxes here. We still screw people with utility costs here. We still screw businesses with business costs here. And don't take my word for it. Read every objective measure of this. It's the big nutmeg state screw-a-thon. Traffic and weather together, more coming up right here on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
No gathering is too big or too small for Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan. Holiday gatherings, birthdays, graduation parties, and office events. Frank Pepe's is the ultimate crowd pleaser, and Pepe's gift cards make the best gift. Right now, for every $25 online gift card purchased, get a $5 bonus. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, the original New Haven of eats since 1925. Pepe'sPizzeria.com.
The best lights to see this holiday season are the ones unforgettable experiences ignite in children's faces. So feed some rays or touch a shark. Explore the wonders of the sound and make memories to last a lifetime. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to plan your visit today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Up Merritt northbound, accident remains between exits 30 and 32. Has things backed up to Black Rock Turnpike. On 95 northbound, plan on at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. In New Haven, 95 north and southbound sides are very busy through Longworth and West Haven. Welp across northbound, some residual delays into the tunnel from an earlier issue that's been cleared. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
The Constitution State, the Nutmeg State, the Nothing Ever Changes State. Oh, it drives me nuts. So what do you want to do, Paul? I don't know. I'm not an expert in this. But what I am an expert in, I think, is sitting back and watching year after year after year after year, and nothing changes of any import to save people real money. Oh, we do a nick and a tuck there, and we do this over here, and we $500 here and $400 here, and still, Connecticut, I just checked the latest rankings. Depending upon the measurements that you use, one side says one thing, one side says another thing. Do you know we have the third or the fourth highest overall tax burden in the country? For what? Not that I don't love this state. Don't get me wrong in any way, shape, or form. Not that I don't love this state, but come on. I love the Four Seasons here. I love being here. A lot of my family is still here. I don't anticipate leaving here once I retire 38 years from now. But having said that, you sit there and the nickel dime stuff and again, I'm not a tax expert, Don't expect me to give you some executive summary on how to rework the taxes here in the state. But we sit here, it's now everybody's on affordability. I can't wait till we get the blathering from State House and State Senate Democrats about affordability and Trump. And I'll say, well, Senator or Representative, what's your idea? Yeah, but Trump. Okay, Trump. Yeah. What's your idea? As far as competitiveness, competition to other states to get people to stay and to come there, and businesses to stay and to come there. Out of 50 states, Connecticut is number 47. For what? It'd be different if you woke up every day and this was, utopia here. Oh, when you walked outside, the angels started to sing. And yet when we talk tax policy, well, how about if you're low middle income, you have kids, we'll let you write off $600 off of your state income taxes. Big deal. I'm sorry. I just, all and everything is affordability now. Well, affordability. Oh my. You want to save people money? Cut the sales tax. Not by a lot. Figure out a way. So figure out how to put $800 or $1,000 back into people's pockets. That's real stuff. Or $500 or $800, but I mean real money, not a tax credit. That's kabuki theater. You don't want to make it for upper income people? All right, fine, maybe you don't. But lower and middle income people, figure out how the state could, and it's been done before. Governor Rowland, I think, did it a couple of times. Did Dan Malloy do it? Kick people back. Say, yeah, we know it's an election year scheme, but yeah, here's the money anyway. $500, $600. Heck, they may go out and actually spend it at restaurants for a month or two. They may go out and buy a hard good. What do they say? A hard good is something built to last 10 years? Wow. But we're going to nip around the edges and say, well, if you're lower middle income and you have kids, and I'm not saying that's not important, don't get me wrong, but just ask yourselves, year in and year out, how often do we hear the same crap and nothing of any import changes? There's always battles over red ink in the budget. There's always battles over what we fund and what we don't fund. And again, I know those are budgetary battles, but what's getting better to where people can say, wow, this is great. Yeah, we're getting screwed with taxes, but look what we're getting. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a real estate agent on the side, and she told me over the weekend, she said, man, this property tax thing, which I know, I get it. It's largely a local issue, but, all the municipalities get state aid too. What is going on in Hartford to make sure that's okay? But you know what? State workers, they get their raises like clockwork. 2%, 3%, 5% every year like clockwork. Again, I know what it is. It is what it is. The state needs good employees to run, but, sometimes you have to have, priorities or not. That's just me. Bob in Trumbull. Bob, what's up with you? How are you?
I don't know, Reverend Paul, but you keep talking taxes,
Yeah.
and that always gets me.
Well, yeah, you see it. You see the numbers.
Yeah, I do. Most of these people won't get this child tax
Yeah.
credit unless it's a refundable
Well,
tax
yeah.
credit,
Yeah.
which means they didn't even owe the tax.
Yeah. It's all a gimmick, though. It's all a gimmick. You know that.
Yeah. Republicans are never going to win in this state. The communists have taken it over. And if you want to help people with taxes, you got to, at least people 65 and over, you freeze the assessment.
That's it. I like that. I'm almost there.
House,
That's right.
And you make an exemption of about $150,000, or I'd like to see more.
On the first.
First
150.
That can't be taxed
Yeah.
for education.
Yeah.
Because if you look at your tax bill, 65% of it is for the education budget.
Well, you know, Bob, if you do that, you know what they're going to say? You hate children. That's what the Dems in Hartford will tell you.
Well,
You
when they come over, I say, get off my lawn.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. I can picture Bob there in Trumbull, sitting there on the porch, I don't know, having a cocktail by the fire. Get off of my lawn. Doing his best Clint Eastwood there. Get off of my lawn, punk. Dave and Meriden here. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Oh, good. Another grumpy old man here. Get off my lawn. Hey,
yeah.
You know, instead of child tax credits, how about, like Bob said, how about some senior tax credits? I deserve a break.
Yeah, I have a friend of
my life.
I have a friend of mine who Dave left Glastonbury about 8-9 years ago. She lives down in Carolina now, I think. Her I forgot where she is, but I think she went from paying Connecticut taxes on a nice house in Glastonbury to like paying less than $1,000 a year on a palace in Carolina.
Oh yeah, I bet her car tax is nil, if not exist at all, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, keep up the good fight there, Paulie.
Yeah, Dave, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, the good fight, Dave, thank you. Yeah, and look, I understand that Connecticut has challenges. We know that, we get that, but we squeeze people every year, nickel and dime, and that fee, and this tax, and this, and invariably, what do we hear from the majority in Hartford? Well, we're in crisis mode. We have all the if those Republicans didn't do those guardrails, we'd have more to help people with. Well, yeah, but you also have to help people with not raising taxes and saving money because you can pay down the state's debt, and that's actually less money that goes toward interest, which is largely a waste of money when you think about it. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident remains between exits 30 and 32. Has things backed up to Black Rock Turnpike. On 95 northbound, plan on at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. In New Haven, 95 north and southbound sides are very busy through Longworth and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, some residual delays into the tunnel from an earlier issue that's been cleared. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, like to jump in here. You can open phones for the first segment of the next hour. Our pal Mike O'Neill will join us after the news at the bottom of the hour, all right, about 4:35 or so. Some big U.S. Supreme Court cases coming up that could end up costing you and I a little dinero there, some greenbacks, change, and all that. So we'll talk to Mike about that. And also 5 o'clock hour, Dan Harr, Hearst, Connecticut Media. A lot of stories on his docket, including this notion that the former lieutenant governor of the state of New York, who splits her time between Fairfield County and New York City, Betsy McCoy, maybe, according to some of the interviews she's given, could be eyeing an entry into Connecticut's governor's race, at least on the Republican side. Smart move or not? So we'll talk about that. Anything you like to text to me or say on the radio, same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Pentagon's internal watchdog has sent its report to Congress on Signalgate, which involved the use of the Signal messaging app to discuss strikes in Yemen. CBS's Eleanor Watson has more on the findings.
The secretary from the get-go has said he did not share war plans over Signal, but what this IG found is that the details in those messages at the very least risked endangering troops.
Lawmakers had called for an independent investigation into Hegseth's use of the app, and they're also questioning his version of events leading up to a second strike on a suspected drug boat in September. Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill.
I want to underscore something that Rand Paul told us. He said either Hegseth, the defense secretary, is lying or doesn't know what's going on and is incompetent. So either way, in his view, there are some real consequences here.
Tomorrow, the admiral who Hegseth says ordered the second strike will brief lawmakers. The chairman of the House Judiciary Committee has issued a subpoena for former special counsel Jack Smith as part of the probe into the prosecutions of President Trump. CBS's Jake Rosen has more.
Jim Jordan has been one of those lawmakers who's wanted a full push and brief from Jack Smith on alleged weaponization of the Department of Justice, on who had potentially directed Jack Smith to investigate President Trump on both of these fronts, who had signed off on all the search warrants. Mainly think about President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate when the FBI raided that. So there are so many different threads.
President Trump is announcing a plan to weaken vehicle mileage rules for the auto industry.
Biden's burdensome regulations help cause the price of cars to soar more than 25%.
Jeff Gilbert has reaction from Detroit.
The exact rules will be determined by federal regulators, but car makers are already applauding the decision. Ford CEO calls it a win for customers and common sense. This won't lower the current price of a vehicle, but the White House says the older standards would have raised prices by an average of $1,000 a vehicle.
Camp Mystic in Texas, which was devastated by the floods in July, is adding safety upgrades to reopen next year. Trevor Sohaki reports.
Camp Mystic is installing 4 flood warning monitors, high-tech flood warning monitors along the Guadalupe River at its Cypress Lake location. And it said it's working with other camps and other property owners along the Texas Hill Country to install 100 more of those flood warning monitors all along the Guadalupe River along its banks.
The floods killed 25 campers and 2 counselors. The owners plan to build a memorial for those who died. Stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-44. That's 855-SHARE-44. 855-SHARE-44.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Portland, Oregon man has been arrested on charges accusing him of harassing the father of a Sandy Hook school victim. Kevin Perfield is accused of targeting Robbie Parker, the father of Sandy Hook first grader Emily Parker, who was killed in the 2012 attack. Perfield was arrested after police say he ignored orders to stop contacting Parker, who says the harassment started within a month of the killings in 2012. He says court orders mean nothing to Perfield, who signs his name and puts his phone number on the messages sent to Parker. A 63-year-old Milford man will spend over 7 years in prison for beating his roommate to death in 2019. Ricky Garcia pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter under the Alford Doctrine, which means he does not agree with all the allegations, but concedes that a conviction is likely at trial. Garcia reportedly told police that he, quote, dropped the hammer on 50-year-old Christopher Peckham during a brutal beating. He will be formally sentenced at a later date. An elderly man has life-threatening injuries after he was struck by a car in Bridgeport. Police say the 80-year-old man was hit late Monday afternoon on Clinton Avenue. The man was taken by ambulance to St. Vincent's Medical Center, where he was listed in critical condition. The 67-year-old Fairfield resident who was driving the car remained at the scene. Police say the driver was not injured and is cooperating with the investigation. And a second Democrat is challenging 3rd District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro for the party nomination next year. Democratic Socialists of America member Andrew Rice of Milford has filed paperwork seeking to challenge the 82-year-old DeLauro for her seat next year. Rice is a 37-year-old molecular biologist and a UConn graduate, but announced on social media that he has resigned his current job to focus full-time on the campaign.
If I'm serious about this, then I need to be focused. But also, people are struggling right now. And if I'm not going to risk my comfort or dare to have to struggle myself, then why should anyone trust me?
He joins attorney Dem John DeNoble, who previously announced plans to seek DeLauro's congressional seat. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt Parkway northbound accident remains between exit 30 and 32. Stay to the right to get around it. Backup starts in no man's land in Fairfield before Black Rock Turnpike. 95 northbound over an hour. Stanford through Fairfield. Lots of overflow traffic. Folks avoiding the problem on the Merritt Parkway. New Haven 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elifson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Nash Krause of WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, how are you? 2 hours done, 2 to go. Good to have you with us. If you're just joining up with us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Just heard from Chris in the news there. I guess there is a gentleman from Milford here, Andrew Rice, who is part of the Democratic Socialists of America. He is challenging Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro here. Rosa's 82. She's running for re-election. So go you DSA folk. Listen, as a registered Republican, I hope there are a ton of Democratic Socialists running. Now listen. To my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, I think you should embrace as many, many socialists as possible. I think that's good. The more, the merrier. Now, I say that with all the warmth in my heart because there is something that could be maybe happening in New York, and Mr. Mamdani has not even taken office yet. But you got to hear this. Now, again, and we'll get to that momentarily. I want to go to the phones here in a second. There's something here that I saw the story in the New York Post the other day. I said, no, this can't be real. And apparently it is. And apparently it has to do with some of the, from what the progressives want in New York when it pertains to you if you own private property in New York. Now, remember, somebody unearthed a video during the campaign of Zohran Mamdani in some sort of discussion where they were talking about seizing the means of production or seizing property, right? And people were going, oh, come on. He didn't mean that. Oh, really? I'll read that to you momentarily, and I'm just going to read it right out of the New York Post with the proper footnoting and all that, so we'll get to that momentarily. Our pal Mike O'Neill passed the news at the bottom of the hour with a bunch of big Supreme Court cases. Going to ask him about that tariff case, too, how he sees that, because that could end up costing you and I. And I guess if the tariffs are upheld and you make less than $100,000 a year, the Trump White House may send you a $2,000 check. And if you don't want it, I know there are going to be people out there saying, I don't want. No, I'd never take that money from Trump. Give it to me. Give it to me. Drop off the check here in Milford. Or you can call Chris, and I'll give you my home address in Wallingford, and you can just give me the check if you don't want it. All right, we can do that. That's good. You can help me pay off my son's student loan, as I will be for the next 83 years. Jenny in Fairfield. Jenny, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. How you doing?
Jenny, every day is a miracle. How are you?
That's true.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of amusing that you had a couple of crabby old men call up and complain about the fiscal unsustainability.
Yeah.
There's something that's interesting, though. The reason they are getting to be crabby old men is the state of Connecticut has the third highest life expectancy in the country.
Yep.
Hawaii is a little over 80 years old. Massachusetts is ahead of us by about a year, and we're poking around 79.
Yeah.
We have a lot of spectacular medical facilities, education, diet, hiking trails, swimming. It's a very healthy place. So, I know it's expensive to live here, but what price do you put on having a longer quality of life? You live longer, and the quality of life is pretty much incomparable to 47 other states.
Well, I don't know if I don't know. I mean,
also the low rate of smoking.
Yeah. You know what I think should happen? I think, Jenny, to feed into that, I think the General Assembly, if they lowered taxes even more, could do a lot toward stress reduction for us older guys. So we're not. Apparently,
we're not that stressed, and apparently, the secret in Hawaii is they have the least stress. So that's why Hawaii is at the top by far.
Well, yeah, we I don't know how unstressed we are. Again, I was talking to a real estate agent friend of mine the other day who was saying how many, she knows that in certain municipalities when she's showing homes and showing condos or whatever, or rentals or whatever, she just knows that there are certain cities and towns that people are their jaws are gonna hit the ground, when they mention the property tax rate, which is a problem everywhere. But I just, Jenny, I agree with you. I have no intention to leave here unless I came into scads of money, which is not going to happen, and I could bounce around, the country independently. But every year I see these ratings of Connecticut, and we're one of the top 3 or 4 expensive states in the country, and I just wonder, are we doing anything at all to mitigate this? I know it's never going to go away. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I get it.
Yeah, but the nickname for Massachusetts, which has an even better life expectancy than Connecticut, is called Taxachusetts. They have it even worse. There seems to be an inverse proportion to, these crazy taxes, and yet we're living really, really well, despite the burden of the taxes, it's doing something to drastically improve lives across the board in the state. New York, New Jersey, they're below us. I don't know how to explain it, but something's going right. And in the other places where they have a much lower tax burden, for example, Delaware, they have a lot of problems with their medical infrastructure stinks. People love moving there, and the taxes, your property taxes are between $1,000 and $2,000 a year.
Yeah,
but they have horrible problems with all sorts of social issues. Also, the other thing, and I know this is up for debate as well, our gun deaths because of our gun laws also give us a much higher life expectancy than other states. And I know gun laws are very controversial, but living longer with quality of life, you almost can't put a price on that.
No,
and
I understand.
No, thing about the stress of taxes.
Jenny,
I
understand that, and I really do. And Jenny, thank you for the call. I do have to move along. Good to hear from you, Jenny. Thank you. I just every year, and Jenny, I'm not just sniping at you on this. I'm just saying to our lawmakers. I mean, every year there is this notion that we can just get nickeled and dimed. And again, here's a perfect example before we go to the break here. You see now that some of the utility companies, now that we know that Pura was corrupt under Marissa Gillette, which a lot of Republicans were saying, and the Democrats were treating her like Mother freaking Teresa. And now the governor's like, oh, yeah, things were pretty bad there. Tom was his dad. Oh, yeah, geez. Did you see what he said in the Current the other day? Yeah, I guess it was bad. Period. But my point here is, you even have the utility companies now saying, hey, this is creating too much tension. Let's get rid of this public benefits charge. And it's not that we can't cover the cost of stuff in public benefits, but let's do it on a budgetary line. But again, here come people in the General Assembly on the Democratic side. I said, oh, no, we have to have people pay for this because this is the green energy things. And it turns out, at least according to this story I read a couple of days ago, Connecticut's one of the few states in the country that allows ratepayers directly to pick up the cost for this. The other states do it, but they put it in a line item where you have open debate on it. I get incensed at, a little fee for this and 1% more here. Enough. Stop treating people in this state like they're ATMs. Yes, you have to have some taxation. I understand that. It's like somebody just sent me this text before we go to the break here. I know I got to do traffic. Somebody sent me this text regarding the fact that, and I remember when this was passed, that one of these taxes, an extra 1% for dining in a restaurant. I mean, come on. Stop. Well, it's a prepared meal and you're eating in the restaurant, so I'm going to charge you 1%. Why? Because they can. And the same people get elected every 2 years or every 4 years. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt, love, support hope. Choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt Parkway northbound accident remains between exit 30 and 32. Stay to the right to get around it. Backup starts in no man's land in Fairfield before Black Rock Turnpike. 95 northbound over an hour, Stanford through Fairfield. Lots of overflow traffic. Folks avoiding the problem on the Merritt Parkway. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elewson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elewson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The place to come for live and local Connecticut talk. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Come on, you Democratic Socialists of America. Let's go. Field more candidates. How about this? God Almighty is a registered Republican. I love this. The New York... Now, this is the kind of stuff here that when it's brought up by a lot of centrist Democrats and conservatives, people say, oh, come on, you're just fear-mongering. All right. The New York City Council's left-leaning majority is pushing the Big Apple into a new policy as to how private property owners can sell their private property. and penalizing owners $30,000 if you resist. Now, a lot of you people who say, well, come on, let's not demonize the whole socialist thing. Okay. This is called COPA, the Community Opportunity for Purchase Act. It would force sellers to let community land. See, be very careful when they say community. That's like the collective. It would force private property sellers to let community land trusts and other nonprofits provide affordable housing that provide affordable housing. This would, by law, allow these land trusts, collective ownership, and private nonprofits to make the first offer to buy your residential building with at least 3 units once they're on the market. And before you could sell it, they would have the right to match competing private sector offers. This is great. The bill is sponsored by Brooklyn Democratic Councilwoman Sandy Nurse. It was introduced on May 24th and has gained steam in recent months after the election of Zohran Mamdani. As of last Friday, 32 of the 51 New York City Council members have signed on as sponsors. That's more than the 26 votes you need to pass and just shy of the 34 needed to override a mayoral veto. So even if Mr. Mamdani took office and said, hey, I know what I said in the campaign, but we can't do this. This is going to be great. Nurse telling the Post she has high hopes the bill will get to the floor for a vote before the session expires at the end of the year. Now, get this. Get this. All you people who say, well, it's not this socialist thing. You're fear-mongering. Okay. The bill would install new bureaucratic hurdles for already besieged property owners. It's modeled after similar programs already in place in cities like Washington, D.C. and San Francisco. Residential building owners, now understand, these are private people who own private property, would be required to notify the NYC Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development and a yet-to-be-named list of qualified nonprofits before offering the properties up for sale on the open market. Nonprofits interested would have 60 days to notify the owner of their intent to purchase and another 120 days to make a competitive offer. If a nonprofit doesn't show interest or the offer is rejected, the owner can sell the building on the open market. Now, you may say, well, what's the big deal about this, Paul? Well, look at the fine print. If the building owner just says, hey, I have a deal that I want to sell to X, Y, and Z privately, no, you would get fined $30,000. Yeah, please, I'm begging you, more democratic socialists.
WICC
Yes.
Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt Parkway northbound accident remains between exit 30 and 32. Stay to the right to get around it. Backup starts in no man's land in Fairfield before Black Rock Turnpike. 95 northbound over an hour, Stanford through Fairfield. Lots of overflow traffic. Folks avoiding the problem on the Merritt Parkway. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elewson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elewson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The best lights to see this holiday season are the ones unforgettable experiences ignite in children's faces. So feed some rays or touch a shark Explore the wonders of the sound and make memories to last a lifetime. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to plan your visit today.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
It's time for Toys for Tots to benefit the Milford Professional Firefighters Association. This Saturday, bring an unwrapped toy to Gusto Restaurant at 255 Boston Post Road in Milford. Meet Santa and provide a toy to support local children in need.
Looking for Continental winter tires? Then head to Town Fair Tire, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer. We've got Continental tires in every size for every vehicle, in stock with more arriving daily, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And when you add the most free services for life, it's easy to see how nobody beats Town Fair Tire for your new Continental winter tires. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Pentagon's watchdog has sent its review of Signalgate to Congress. Here's Stacey Lynn.
According to sources, the report from the Pentagon Inspector General's office found that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth put U.S. personnel and their mission at risk when he texted sensitive info about a military strike in Yemen on the Signal messaging app.
The chairman of the House Judiciary Committee has issued a subpoena for former special counsel Jack Smith, part of a probe into the prosecutions of President Trump. Trump today pardoned Texas Democratic Representative Henry Cuellar in a bribery and conspiracy case. 2 wrongful death suits have been filed over the UPS crash in Louisville last month. This woman lost her sister.
And then I really was the heartbeat of this family. We're a big family, 9 siblings. And then I was the oldest.
The suits allege the company put profits over safety by flying older planes. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
In an update to an earlier story, the lockdown at Peck Place Elementary School in Orange has been lifted. There are no injuries. All students and staff are safe. A suspect apparently opened fire on Stamford police as they responded to a call at a home on Oaklawn Avenue Tuesday. Police say officers were approaching the home when gunfire erupted. The suspect and police then exchanged gunfire before the unidentified person barricaded themselves inside the home. Police later determined that the suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The matter is under investigation by the State Inspector General's office. A West Haven police officer has been removed from duty over allegations of using excessive force. City officials have not yet identified the officer and have not released any details about what led to the suspension. The allegations were reported by a fellow officer, and the case has been turned over to the state's attorney's office for possible prosecution. Officials say more information about the allegations and the officer were expected to be released by Police Chief Joseph Perno today. A 33-year-old man is sentenced to 10 years in federal prison for distributing methamphetamine pills in Connecticut. The U.S. Attorney's Office said Tyrone Brown of Lithonia, Georgia, mailed at least 79 packages containing methamphetamine pills to New Haven between January of 2022 and March of 2023. 2024. Brown was arrested in April, and he pleaded guilty to drug-related charges in September. A temporary court win for states pushing back on cuts to Planned Parenthood. A federal judge Tuesday issued a preliminary injunction blocking enforcement of a clause in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill stopping Medicaid funds going to groups performing abortions like Planned Parenthood. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania are among the 22 states in the lawsuit. Millions of dollars will go to more cleanup and restoration efforts for Long Island Sound. The nearly $12 million will reportedly fund stormwater management, habitat restoration, and efforts to reduce nitrogen pollution. Here in Connecticut, money is being invested in projects that include the Aspetuck Land Trust to supply coastal buffers in Bridgeport. Save the Sound will install a green roof and other stormwater projects at the Beardsley Zoo. Earth Place in Westport will provide watershed science programs for high school and college students, and Sound Waters will install a 2.2-acre salt marsh in Stamford Harbor. Eversource is appealing the decision by state regulators to reject the sale of its Aquarian water subsidiary. The Public Utility Regulatory Authority rejected the request by Eversource to sell Aquarian to the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority. The regulators found that the sale would not be in the public interest. State and local leaders had also pushed back against the proposed sale, including Attorney General William Tong.
This is not something that people can do without. This is not a nice to have. We're talking about water for life. And to drive up costs on people right now when they're struggling so much is unconscionable.
Eversource's appeal argues that state regulators did not have jurisdiction to reject the agreement. Around 3,500 Connecticut utility customers lost electricity from the storm Tuesday that brought rain and snow to the state. Eversource reported over 2,200 widely scattered outages around the state. United Illuminating provides power to the Bridgeport and New Haven areas, and the company reported around 1,200 outages Tuesday. All but a few of the UI outages had been resolved earlier this morning, while around 400 Eversource customers were still in the dark. And a judge in Texas has approved an agreement to dispose of $21 million in Waterbury hospital debts. The judge is allowing the payment of nearly $9 million to settle the overdue property taxes and utility bills that were owed by bankrupt Prospect Medical Holdings. Yukon Health has won a bankruptcy auction to purchase the hospital for $13 million. Prospect is seeking to settle its tax debts in advance of the closing of the hospital sale. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall a little bit easier now. Through New Haven, 91 southbound 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's talk or text. We had a lot of text messages today. Thanks to folks for doing that. You know, sometimes folks, they want to get a point across here, but they don't want my voice on the radio because then you know who will recognize me. So just do voice to text and send it to the same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, to one of our go-to guys. He's VP of Legal Affairs at the Landmark Legal Foundation, Mike O'Neill, to explain a couple of things to us, stuff that you should know, even though it's the U.S. Supreme Court, and it feels like it's 1,000 miles away. Mike, it's Paul. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. It's great to be with you.
Thank you, Mike, as always, taking the time. Mike, before we get to the case at hand, which is a major case, How do we stand on the big case from a couple of weeks ago? Was it the tariff case? Are we just waiting on that now? Because the White House is saying, depending upon how that goes, that may or may not have something to do with rebate checks. Recap the tariff case for us.
Right. So this was, again, oral arguments were held a couple of weeks ago. This is the question about whether the president has the authority under this Emergency Economic Act to levy the tariffs that he's been levying. And the court, I think what we're talking about here with regards to rebate checks, I think that's the White House posturing with a little bit of political pressure. But I don't think the Supreme Court's going to yield to that.
Yeah.
And it looked like, really just to briefly recap it, I think the takeaway was the court was fairly skeptical about the assertion of the president's power to levy these tariffs. I think there was a significant questions from justices that you normally consider to be technically in the president's court, particularly Justice Gorsuch. He made a really important point about emergency powers. If you can recall, one of the questions that kind of telegraphed where his brain was, and again, this is Justice Gorsuch, so this is generally one of the justices that you count on for being on the president's side if we're going to do that, right? If we're going to do that. So he asked that question. He said, well, if this emergency power extends to these tariffs, doesn't that mean that a future president can declare a climate emergency and then levy a tariff on gas-powered cars? So essentially take this massive role. So that kind of telegraphed where Justice Gorsuch was sitting with his was sitting in his position. You know, we can only derive so much from the oral arguments.
Yeah.
So it looks like that, there were some questions from Justice Alito that were maybe carving out, and recognizing there might be some alternative statutory authority. There might be. So there was some significant skepticism from the court in this.
Wow.
I will say this, though, Paul, is that we know that Justice Roberts is a pragmatist. We know that he's aware of not just the legal implications, but the practical implications of these decisions. Yeah. And we are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars here and a lot of horse outside the barn kind of issues. So there might be some sort of middling ground, workaround that the court says proactively, not retrospectively, not. It's a lot going on with this case. It's going to be. I can tell you this. It's going to be a fairly fractured opinion, and it's going to be very complicated. So it's going to take a little bit of time to probably work out all the details on it, just because there's so many different issues around it.
Wow. Mike O'Neill, Landmark Legal Foundation. Okay, now I got an email from you, Mike, regarding a really, really important case that you say could really have something to do with future presidential power. Right. The case is Trump v. Slaughter. Now, we're not talking about Sergeant Slaughter. We're talking about Trump v. Slaughter. In what way? What is this?
Right. So this is a case that's going to consider the propriety and the constitutionality of a case that dates back almost 100 years, called Humphrey's Executor. And in this case, this is from a 1935 opinion. This is, again, right in the New Deal era we're talking about here, right in the mid-1930s. This is a case that the Supreme Court held that Congress could create these quasi-independent agencies, these alphabet soup agencies, and insulate the heads of those agencies from for-cause termination by the president.
Wow.
So, and that's been the law of the land for basically the past 90 years. Before that, the president retained all of executive authority over the branches of government. In other words, if you were the head of an agency, for example, the agencies to the extent they existed pre-1935, the president could terminate you if you weren't on board with his agenda. Well, now what happened with this post Humphrey's Executor, Congress could enact a law establishing an agency like the Federal Trade Commission, and that's what the dispute back in the 1930s, and that's what's the dispute today in Trump versus Slaughter, where the heads of the commissioners who serve on the board of the Federal Trade Commission are insulated from the president being able to terminate them. So a President Trump, say President Biden appoints a commissioner to serve on the FTC, that commissioner is sitting there, President Trump comes in and says, wait a minute, you're not on board with my agenda, you're an executive agency, you're asserting executive power, and yet I can't kick you out and put in some of my guys. And so the question really becomes is, where is the executive power vested in? Remember, Article 2 says all executive power is vested in the president. So amongst conservative lawyers, this Humphrey's Executor case, again from 1930s, has really been a kind of a thorn in our eye, right? We've always said a splinter in our eye. We've always said, wait a minute, this is extra constitutional. Congress can't assign executive power via statute because the Constitution vests executive power with the President of the United States. So this is an issue that's going to be argued tomorrow in front of the Supreme Court. There's going to be robust arguments of this. And it really is going to kind of affect how the president comports or comprises these quasi-independent agencies like the FTC or other agencies.
Interesting. And Mike, finally, you may have mentioned this at the outset, but you said 1935. So was this an outgrowth of the battle, the arm wrestling at the time between the Roosevelt administration and Congress in the New Deal as to what was legal and what was illegal, and was Roosevelt overstepping his authority? Were there roots there in the New Deal there?
Right. Well, essentially, what they had done was that it was the propriety of the composition of the Federal Trade Commission,
Okay.
and again, the Congress had said we're going to vest the power to the president to appoint them, but then he can't terminate them but for cause, and they can serve these staggered terms. So it really was part of that New Deal. Again, it was part of the bevy of legislation that was passed. It's really kind of here about whether Congress can circumvent the executive authority of the president. And here it comes. The argument back then, and the justification for Humphrey's executor, Paul, was that these individuals don't just function as executives. They don't assert executive power. They assert legislative and judicial power. And so that's kind of their technical constitutional workaround. The bottom line is these are folks who are in there. They function as executives. They assert executive power. They need to be answered to the president. If the president has the authority to terminate their employment, that's his authority under the Constitution, and that's what we're going to look forward to tomorrow.
Excellent. Mike O'Neill, Landmark Legal Foundation. Mike, as always, we thank you for your common sense explanations here. Mike, thank you. We'll chat down the road.
Talk to you soon, Paul. Have a great day.
Thank you. Mike O'Neill there, Senior VP of Legal Affairs at the Landmark Legal Foundation. So how about that? Kind of easy to understand, right? They're going to go back and look at whether or not on things like these federal boards, the FTC or whatever, after a member is appointed by a president, say, in a previous term, can a new president say, well, look, you're not with me. In Trump's case, you don't believe in the MAGA thing, so you're fired. You're fired. So does that work or not? Interesting stuff. Our buddy Mike O'Neill. All right, we continue right here. Traffic and weather together. A bunch of other stuff coming up right here on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
After a choppy start to the day, some weak economic data out today in the way of both an unexpected drop in private payroll employment as reported by ADP, a loss of 32,000 jobs last month, and weaker than expected service sector data raised the chances for an interest rate cut in December, pushing long-term bond yields down and stocks up. The Dow rallied 408 points to 47,882. S&P picked up 20 points to 68.49, and the Nasdaq lagged a bit, up 40 points to 23,454 amid still lingering concerns about how AI infrastructure is being financed as it's built out around the country. Again, that 10-year note yield dropped to 4.06%. The dollar weakened on the day. Continued geopolitical risk pushed oil up 48 cents to $59.12 a barrel. Gold up $19.50 to $42.40 the ounce, while crypto has rebounded fully with Bitcoin back to $93,000 per coin. It's not at an all-time high, but it got back all of last week's losses.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall a little bit easier now. Through New Haven, 91 southbound 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Annette Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
VoiceOfCT.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
One of my mantras, one of my axioms that I will believe till my dying day, and hopefully that day is several years away, but you never know. But for the grace of God go I. But you know, if you've listened to me for any time here on this or other shows, I firmly believe, and I can't quantify it. I can't tell you how, why, where, or what the psychological or sociological or psychiatric leanings are here. But there are people who are, I got to be careful when I say this, who are searching for the word here in real time. There are people who are, I guess, disingenuous enough, or there are people who are, I don't know, twisted, can I say that? Enough, to where they will do what they can do to not only coddle up to criminality, they embrace it and want other people to feel pain from it. Is this on purpose? I don't know. Do they have a racial animus, a religious animus, whatever? And what I'm talking about here is another case here that was publicized in the New York Post about what did not happen that anybody with an amount of common sense should have. And this is how the Democratic Party, the modern-day Democratic Party, approaches illegals, migrants, undocumented people, whatever you want to say. They approach this with like a sacramental fanaticism that they will latch on to if it can at all slow down the migration of people from blue states down to red states. I want you to listen to this. I'll give you about 2 or 3 minutes of this before. So if you'll indulge me here, because this is stuff you have to know. You've got to know for 2026, and you've got to know for 2028. Because you can say, well, Trump's a lame duck, and and MAGA, and Pete Hegseth. None of that's going to matter unless the Democratic Party, and you Democrats out there, I love you, here's what you got to fix. Ready? New York State has released nearly 7,000 known illegal migrant criminals without notifying ICE since President Trump took office, including killers, sexual predators, and a maniac booted from the U.S. 8 times who attacked a police officer in Ithaca, New York, with a machete. That's according to the New York Post. Once again, the state of New York has released 7,000 known illegals, violent criminals, without telling ICE. The rap sheets behind the rogues gallery include 29 homicides, thousands of assaults, and hundreds of burglaries, robberies, drug offenses, weapons offenses, and sexual predatory offenses. That's according to the Department of Homeland Security. All of them were protected by state and local New York sanctuary laws that dramatically limit how local authorities can communicate with ICE. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons sent a letter to the Office of New York State Attorney General Letitia James, said, quote, virtually all Americans agree that people like this should be swiftly removed from the U.S. when they leave New York's custody and not be returned to our streets to wreak havoc on citizens. Some migrant criminals, unfortunately, have already been picked up by immigration officers after they were cut loose because of sanctuary laws. I'm telling you, you Democrats, your party is swirling down the crapper. You've got to fix this. You have to fix this. And you can find the story in the New York Post, the rap sheets on this guy. Oh, my God. ICE is now demanding that Letitia James hand over 7,100 illegal migrants who are locked up in New York jails and prisons so they can be deported. The feds say they want this done because they can't be sure that New York will actually do it. The letter obtained by the New York Post points to a staggering 6,942 illegals with active ICE detainers who were released back onto New York streets since January 20th, many after local jurisdictions refused to honor federal warrants. Folks, do you understand what's going on here? The feds are saying, we're going to come get this guy or this gal when their sentence is over. And the warped Democrats, by and large, in some of these cities saying, no. Well, yeah, but don't you know what these... No, because Trump.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall a little bit easier now. Through New Haven, 91 southbound, 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Imagine how warped some people are that represent these blue Democratic strongholds to tell ICE, hey, we're not. It happened here in Connecticut. I told you last year. ICE called one of the state prisons and said, hey, we know this guy who has sexual crimes is being let out. One of those in the northern part of the state, don't know which prison it was. Just hold him for us because we want to make sure he gets out of the country. Do you know because of that asinine Trust Act in Hartford, a sexual predator was released back on the Connecticut streets, and ICE had to go find him. You Democrats are nuts.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Pentagon's internal watchdog has determined Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth jeopardized sensitive military information in a chat on the Signal messaging app. It found he shared certain details about military operations in Yemen. CBS's James Laporta.
What sources are telling us about the Inspector General report, which is set to be published tomorrow, the unclassified version, is this, that if those messages had been intercepted by an adversary, it could have potentially put American troops in danger, and it could have potentially jeopardized the entire operation that they were doing.
Lawmakers had called for an independent investigation into the matter. Tomorrow, they are set to question the admiral, who Hegseth says ordered a second strike on a suspected drug boat back in September, reportedly killing 2 survivors of the first strike. CBS's Weijia Jiang at the White House.
Hopefully a lot of questions will be answered, but again, this is a classified briefing, so it really just depends on what lawmakers can talk about afterward. But tomorrow is a really big day to determine, or try to determine, what happened and why.
The president is easing mileage standards for vehicles. Linda Kenyon reports.
President Trump says the standards put in place by the Biden administration were too costly.
Biden's burdensome regulations help cause the price of cars to soar more than 25%.
Surrounded by Republican lawmakers and automotive industry leaders, the president said the so-called electric car mandate will be a thing of the past.
People want the gasoline car. They want everything. They want electric. They want to have lots of alternatives.
While there is no federal policy requiring auto companies to sell electric vehicles, some states have imposed rules of their own that significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Immigration enforcement operations are underway now in New Orleans, and in Minneapolis, they're bracing for the same, but in this case, targeting Somalis.
I've been here since 1994. I was only 3 years old when I came, and this is my home, and this has got to stop.
Mayor Jacob Fry.
We stand firm and rock solid with the Somali people here in Minneapolis.
The administration has halted all immigration applications filed by people from 19 countries. That includes the completion of citizenship ceremonies for legal U.S. permanent residents from those countries. Immigration attorney Greg Chen.
This is hurting American families and businesses
people who've been waiting for a long time. And it's important to recognize here that these people's cases have already been thoroughly vetted.
On Wall Street, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
In an update to an earlier story, the lockdown at Peck Place Elementary School in Orange has been lifted. There are no injuries. All students and staff are safe. An elderly man has life-threatening injuries after he was struck by a car in Bridgeport. Police say the 80-year-old man was hit late Monday afternoon on Clinton Avenue. The man was taken by ambulance to St. Vincent's Medical Center, where he was listed in critical condition. The 67-year-old Fairfield resident who was driving the car remained at the scene. Police say the driver was not injured and is cooperating with the investigation. A 33-year-old man is sentenced to 10 years in federal prison for distributing methamphetamine pills in Connecticut. The U.S. Attorney's Office said Tyrone Brown of Lithonia, Georgia, mailed at least 79 packages containing methamphetamine pills to New Haven between January of 2022 and March of 2024. Brown was arrested in April, and he pleaded guilty to drug-related charges in September. A West Haven police officer has been removed from duty over allegations of using excessive force. City officials have not yet identified the officer and have not released any details about what led to the suspension. The allegations were reported by a fellow officer, and the case has been turned over to the state's attorney's office for possible prosecution. Officials say more information about the allegations and the officer were expected to be released by Police Chief Joseph Perno today. And a temporary court win for states pushing back on cuts to Planned Parenthood. A federal judge Tuesday issued a preliminary injunction blocking enforcement of a clause in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, stopping Medicaid funds going to groups performing abortions like Planned Parenthood. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania are among the 22 states in the lawsuit. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway a little bit easier in New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, a slow ride through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. This, you just heard that, top of the hour there, and our pal Dan Haar is coming up regarding another possible entrant into the Republican governor's race. Betsy McCoy. Before we get to that, I just got it. Pete Hegseth has to go. This guy, you ever work with people, either at a big or a small company, or people in your family, people in your church group, people in your mosque, people in your temple, your synagogue, your social club, whatever. And they may be, you may like them a lot, but somebody gets in your ear eventually and says, Mike over there, he's more trouble than he's worth. And I think Hegseth went from cable television to this, and I was like, well, all right, odder things have happened. But this, and I'm not talking about the strikes here on the boats. And by the way, the Wall Street Journal has an excellent story. Stay with me till the end here. Don't go anywhere. No, before we wrap up, I'll do this after the bottom of the hour. A great story in the Wall Street Journal about, yes, these aren't fishermen. These are drug smugglers. So as far as I'm concerned, blow them out of the water. But having said that, this whole thing with Hegseth now and I guess sending operational details over a smartphone. It's an app called Signal, which some people use and some people don't. It's one of these kind of lower level apps that's out there, along with WeChat and all this other stuff. I mean, what are you doing? And even the experts are saying, hey, we don't think this was hacked, but if this was hacked, it could have been a problem. I know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I get it. I understand it. But why not, and maybe it's a Trump thing, I don't know. Why not just, Mr. Secretary of War, which I don't care what they call it, just kill the enemy. That's all the military's for, honestly. And some disaster relief. I get it. I'm not being flipped there. The Army is, Army, the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force, Merchant Marine. All right. But this guy, to me, when you have a guy's name in the news for more than 2 or 3 days, and every story isn't good, and you've got a lot of members of Congress reportedly kind of antsy about this guy, you can find somebody. Trust me. The president, the White House, they can find some. There are thousands of men and women, even some who may agree with Mr. Trump on stuff, but the president, you can find somebody. This thing with Hegseth after 2 or 3 days. See, I would have a very short fuse. Like, Mr. Secretary, Pete, what are you doing here on the Signal app? I mean, these generals and everything, they've got encrypted phones. They've got special lines of communications. What are you doing, Pete? You know what you're doing? You're killing yourself. Yikes. All right, our pal Dan Haar coming up. Are we going to get another Republican entrant into the governor's race? Could this end up being Leora Levy 2.0? We'll talk about that and more. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, coming up straight ahead.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Having an office holiday party or family gathering? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway. A little bit easier in New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, a slow ride through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
On your home laptop or your work desktop, put voiceofct.com in your bookmarks. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's see what's on the fertile mind of our friend Dan Harr, Hearst Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist, as we're back after the break. Dan, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
It is a busy day. Before we get to the juicy political story of the day, which I got a bunch of calls on earlier, you are also looking, Dan, into the local aspect of what may happen to Afghan immigrants, Afghan migrants, Afghan refugees, depending upon the whim of the Trump White House. So what did you find out there?
Well, as is typical in these situations, we don't know, of course, and they don't know. It's similar to the situation where Ukrainians who came over in that program when the war started in 22 were having their 2-year humanitarian parole visas not renewed. Mm-hmm. And that's the analogy here is with this is a special program, and Trump has gone and targeted this special program. And as always is the case, he's not very specific about what he said, what he means when he says in broad terms, we're going to end all visa applications. I did speak with some members of the Afghan community in Connecticut who have friends. The ones I spoke to are citizens.
Okay.
The people who are not citizens are not really, they're, understandably afraid to talk.
Sure.
the citizens that I spoke with said that the people who are not citizens, especially those who are still seeking asylum,
Yeah.
remember there are different gradations of security and of status, and the people who are most tenuous are those who are still seeking asylum and haven't been granted asylum. That was the case with the person who is a suspected shooter in the National Guard shooting. He just got asylum in May, and he had been here since 21. So the short answer is people are very afraid, and these are not people, in the streets. One of them is a college professor. They're engineers. They're here in the community.
Yeah, tough stuff. And Dan, forgive me, I don't mean to ping you up against the wall here with numbers or locations. Is there a large Afghan community here in the state? I don't know that. Is there?
Yes, disproportionate.
Really?
It is. Yes. For reasons I don't know. Why are there? I don't. I guess people settle. If I have. The Afghan American Association of New Haven is large and active, and he told me they have 1,000 members.
Wow!
And that's just that association. Other people that I spoke with were not in that association for whatever reason. So yes, it's disproportionately large.
Interesting.
It doesn't mean that they're rivaling. It's not tens of thousands of people in Connecticut, but it's maybe a couple of thousand.
Oh, interesting. Dan Haar here, Hearst, Connecticut Media. All right, Betsy McCoy. A lot of people, Dan, you and I have been following her for years, obviously, back to her days that you point out in your excellent piece that she ran with George Pataki, has never run and won anything on her own, currently on Newsmax. Dan, are we possibly looking at another push to pull a Leora Levy here or not? What do you think?
Well, not to cast any aspersions on Leora Levy, but Betsy McCoy has some of the outlandish sort of extreme, I would call maybe not extreme views, but extreme statements.
Yeah.
But she's also a policy intellectual with a PhD from Columbia who's done a lot of thinking and writing. So she has that sort of that intriguing combination of the sort of MAGA, the MAGA brand of craziness, not to say crazy, with sort of that more buttoned down policy chops. So it's a little bit of both. I actually did not know that she had never won an election prior to this. I kind of assumed that when she became lieutenant governor, she had been maybe an assemblywoman or something like, or maybe a city council member, something. Pataki picked her as a policy person, and of course she made her name with the attack on Clinton Care, much later Obamacare, but that was after after she served.
Yeah. Dan Haar, the guest, Hearst, Connecticut Media. All right, Dan, there is a really interesting freedom of.
By the way, have you had her on?
No, but I plan to if she stays with this. Yeah, unless she cools the jets on this, I will. But
she's a good guest. I recommend it. I heard her on one of your competitors' shows yesterday, and she's a good guest.
Yeah, and believe me, the guy you heard her on. Well, we've been friends for a long time, so yeah, I'm going to check that out. There is a really interesting free. There is come on, leave Vinny alone. There is a Dan Haar, interesting freedom of information case that I was reading and I went, wow, look at this. Break that down for us because people need to know about this.
At its fundamental core, this is the case by a person who has been challenging rulings by the banking department. So it's a very complicated case, but the owner of the former mortgage company has been seeking thousands of pages of evidence that he believes shows that the banking department did not have authority to do what it did. Right. So that's the underlying case. Much more important than the underlying case is that what you need to know is that he was seeking documents going back and forth between the banking department and the legislature. Those have always been deemed to be public. This new ruling by the Freedom of Information Commission upholds that and says these are public. Hand them over.
Yeah.
Attorney General William Kahn says, no, they're not public because of this obscure constitutional provision that protects legislators from being sued, and therefore says that what they say is, in his interpretation, private. Most notable in this is that 3 of the 4 caucus leaders, the 2 Republicans and the 2 Democrats, only Senator Martin Looney is saying, I support this. The rest of them are saying, wait a minute here. I mean to say that all this stuff that we're going back and forth is not public? And so it remains, it's going to obviously be sorted out in the courts.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's a little bit too narrow a ruling to say that it's too broad a ruling to say that this exemption applies. I think the information should be public.
Yeah, another one of my old dear friends, Marty Looney. And let's wrap up on this, Dan Har. You're always a good state finances guy. You can interpret the numbers for us. Where do we stand right now on this December 3rd in the state of Connecticut?
Well, tomorrow, today's the eve of the annual Fiscal Accountability Report, which to everyone else is a day that they don't notice on the calendar, but to people who watch the budget, this is the annual checkup for the budget in the state before any given legislative session. And the short answer is we're doing well, but not as well as we had been doing. And so the cries to spend more and cut more taxes are going to be fought back by the people who say, let's stay the course.
Interesting. All right, folks, check it out. Dan Har, Hearst Connecticut Media senior columnist and editor. And Dan, besides the budget numbers tomorrow, anything else you might be working on that we should watch out for in the next few days?
For me, I had the 2 columns this week, and I'm working. I probably will weigh in on that FOI case.
Interesting. All right, Dan, be good, buddy. Drive safely. We'll talk. Thanks, man.
Take care.
All right, Dan Har there, Hearst Connecticut Media. All right, so tomorrow we will effort to bring you some of that budget news. What did Dan say? Spending is going to be cut, or not spending is going to be cut, but there will be a pushback against spending more money, and also a pushback against cutting more taxes. So we'll see. Listen, it's always good to get that. Yeah, I will effort Betsy McCoy on the show. I think I interviewed her. I'm sorry, folks. I've been doing this 30-something years, talk shows. And I actually kind of, I think I may have the loose leaf binder from the years that I interviewed her. But, if you remember, Betsy McCoy, as Dan mentioned, was one of the big talking heads again, not Obamacare. Remember when Hillary Clinton's big task with hubby was to try and get national health care? But she wouldn't do any of it in public. And that, I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. But remember, she was a little averse to doing this in public. Well, I remember Betsy McCoy was banging the drum against that every night. All right, traffic and weather together, news coming up. And then I will have a few paragraphs of this exclusive Wall Street Journal story regarding this is what they are, those drug boats that we're blowing out of the water. First, though, all this and more right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway. A little bit easier in New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, a slow ride from Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The cold weather is here, and so is the flavor you've been waiting for. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan's Patata Rustica Pizza is back, baked on their legendary coal-fired crust. topped with mozzarella, seasoned potatoes, bacon, their 3-cheese blend, and a touch of Pecorino Romano, finished with olive oil. It's comfort by the slice. Cozy up to the chilly weather today at any Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan location. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of Abits. FrankPepePizzeria.com.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Pentagon Inspector General has sent to Congress the review of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of the Signal app to discuss strikes in Yemen. Reporter Stacey Lynn.
According to sources, the report found that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth put U.S. personnel and their mission at risk.
A Pentagon spokesman insists no classified information was shared and the case is closed. President Trump is moving to roll back fuel economy standards.
Today we're taking one more step to kill the Green New Scam. It's part of the greatest scam probably, well, other than Russia, and a few others I could name.
The chairman of the House Judiciary Committee has issued a subpoena to former special counsel Jack Smith as part of the probe into the prosecutions of President Trump. His attorney says Smith will appear. One of the two doctors charged with distributing ketamine to Friends star Matthew Perry has been sentenced to 30 months in prison. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Eversource is appealing the decision by state regulators to reject the sale of its Aquarian Water subsidiary. The Public Utility Regulatory Authority rejected the request by Eversource to sell Aquarian to the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority. The regulators found that the sale would not be in the public interest. State and local leaders had also pushed back against the proposed sale, including Attorney General William Tong.
This is not something that people can do without. This is not a nice to have. We're talking about water for life. And to drive up costs on people right now when they're struggling so much is unconscionable.
Eversource's appeal argues that state regulators did not have jurisdiction to reject the agreement. Around 3,500 Connecticut utility customers lost electricity from the storm Tuesday. that brought rain and snow to the state. Eversource reported over 2,200 widely scattered outages around the state. United Illuminating provides power to the Bridgeport and New Haven areas, and the company reported around 1,200 outages Tuesday. All but a few of the UI outages had been resolved by early this morning, while around 400 Eversource customers were still in the dark. A suspect apparently opened fire on Stamford police as they responded to a call at a home on Oaklawn Avenue Tuesday. Police say officers were approaching the home when gunfire erupted. The suspect and police then exchanged gunfire before the unidentified person barricaded themselves inside the home. Police later determined that the suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The matter is under investigation by the State Inspector General's office. A 63-year-old Milford man will spend over 7 years in prison for beating his roommate to death in 2019. Ricky Garcia pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter under the Alford Doctrine, which means he does not agree with all the allegations, but concedes that a conviction is likely at trial. Garcia reportedly told police that he, quote, dropped the hammer on 50-year-old Christopher Peckham during a brutal beating. He will be formally sentenced at a later date. A Portland, Oregon man has been arrested on charges accusing him of harassing the father of a Sandy Hook school victim. Kevin Perfield is accused of targeting Robbie Parker, the father of Sandy Hook first grader Emily Parker, who was killed in the 2012 attack. Perfield was arrested after police say he ignored orders to stop contacting Parker, who says the harassment started within a month of the killings in 2012. He says court orders mean nothing to Perfield, who signs his name and puts his phone number on the messages sent to Parker. A judge in Texas has approved an agreement to dispose of $21 million in Waterbury Hospital debts. The judge is allowing the payment of nearly $9 million to settle the overdue property taxes and utility bills that were owed by bankrupt Prospect Medical Holdings. Yukon Health has won a bankruptcy auction to purchase the hospital for $13 million. Prospect is seeking to settle its tax debts in advance of the closing of the hospital sale. Millions of dollars will go to more cleanup and restoration efforts for Long Island Sound. The nearly $12 million will reportedly fund stormwater management, habitat restoration, and efforts to reduce nitrogen pollution. Here in Connecticut, money is being invested in projects that include the Aspetuck Land Trust to supply coastal buffers in Bridgeport. Save the Sound will install a green roof and other stormwater projects at the Beardsley Zoo. Earth Place in Westport will provide watershed science programs for high school and college students, and Sound Waters will install a 2.2-acre salt marsh in Stamford Harbor. And a second Democrat is challenging 3rd District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro for the party nomination next year. Democratic Socialists of America member Andrew Rice of Milford has filed paperwork seeking to challenge the 82-year-old DeLauro for her seat next year. Rice is a 37-year-old molecular biologist and a Yukon graduate, but announced on social media that he has resigned his current job to focus full-time on the campaign.
If I'm serious about this, then I need to be focused. But also, people are struggling right now, and if I'm not going to risk my comfort or dare to have to struggle myself, then why should anyone trust me?
He joins attorney Dem John DeNoble, who previously announced plans to seek DeLauro's congressional seat. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound getting into West Haven, accident approaching exit 42 as things backed up into Milford. Stay to the right to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkways, no help. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, you're jamming through Hamden down to the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, So is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, a lot of time remaining. If you want to jump in here, glad to chat with you or read a text or three from you, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's good to see now that you have at least some journalistic outlets admitting what pretty much everybody knows. I mean, you can just look. A lot of people here, in the U.S., despite how they lean politically one way or the other, they can see common sense here. And first it was the Associated Press that did it last week, and now the Wall Street Journal has a story today. They posted this early in the morning when they posted their lead stories this morning. Yeah, these aren't innocent fishermen or people that are goaded into doing this. The people that were, whether you agree with it or not, I guess is not going to stop. These boats, these drug smuggling boats in parts of the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific that were blowing out of the water. And the Wall Street Journal put like a 7 or 8 paragraph summary on this. If you go to their Facebook page or you go to WSJ.com, I do subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Great read. The New York Times I don't, because the Times stuff is just so pretentious. But the Journal is good. It's got a lot of, listen, I'm no investor here, but the Journal is good. And they really morphed into kind of, a top 5 general newspaper over the past 20 or 30 years. So a couple of paragraphs here, because it's good now. Now we can still debate, right, as to whether or not we should be blowing these boats out of the water. I get that, but let's not, please. I see people online go, well, that could be a fishing boat. We don't know. Stop. We have the intelligence. We have the satellite imagery. We have the digital imagery, the infrared the infrared imagery and stuff, night vision and all that. The Journal writes, in part, they're talking about a lot of these people that unfortunately have, been blown apart by some of our military, whether you agree with that or not. But the fact is, we pretty much know who these people are. Quote, they see themselves as the cowboys of the drug trade, highly experienced crews that ferry narcotics on small boats across the open seas, running on a mix of bravado, skill, and dreams of a massive payday. Now, designated as terrorists by the Trump White House, they face not only the perils of a capricious sea, but the new danger of getting blown out of the water by the U.S. military. The trade's unofficial motto, deliver or die, has never rung so true. Many of the pilots and crew members of the go-fast boats got their start as fishermen before transitioning into smuggling. 3 men who have manned these drug boats spoke to the Wall Street Journal, describing a once little-known but essential part of the narcotics trade that's now in the sights of President Trump. They run drug cargoes. Now get this. They run drug cargoes, and I guess these are what's on the individual boats or the groups of boats. Get this. They run drug cargoes worth as much as $70 million on sleek 40-foot-long boats. Those boats are the workhorses for the traffickers along 2,000 miles of the Colombian coastline and hundreds more miles in Ecuador and Venezuela. One Colombian pilot who piles the Caribbean, the ocean is very, very big, he said. These drug organizations live from trafficking. They will continue to do this. This doesn't end. They will continue, even if the U.S. continues its bombings, unquote. So there you go. So they're going to keep doing it, and we should keep bombing them out of the water. I have friends of mine, dear friends of mine, who say, well, it's just, oh my God, They're not going to stop. Well, that's their problem, right? Well, bombing them isn't going to make them stop. Well, okay, but I guess maybe if you bomb these boats and maybe that load of cocaine or crystal meth or fentanyl or, whatever they're schlepping back and forth there, maybe the stuff from that boat doesn't make it to the U.S. city X, Y, and Z and doesn't kill somebody. I don't know. You tell me. I'm sorry. Look, I'm no expert in maritime law, laws of the seas and all that, but there you go. So check it out if you can. Maybe if you know somebody who has a subscription to the Wall Street Journal, check it out. That was only a few paragraph summary there. But yeah, these guys and gals, I would assume there may be some women, but you never know. These guys know what they're doing. And they said, yeah, they may blow us up, but we're not going to stop. Okay. Next. Maybe, I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Right? What do progressives always say about gun laws? If it saves one life, isn't it worth it? Okay. If blowing one of these boats or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 of these boats out of the water, maybe in some way a shipment of crystal meth or fentanyl doesn't get somewhere and that saves one life, I'll use the same counter. Isn't it worth it? See, I love when people say, well, this is not going to make them stop. Okay, that's their stupidity. And boy, I got to tell you, I very little makes me scream. And still, I don't scream anymore. I used to be a much different person. But having said that, the one thing that is internally making me scream, and you talk about victim blaming, and again, you can tell that this is if Bill Clinton had done this, or Barack Obama had done this, or anybody, any Democrat had done this, well, that's it. They're saving lives. But because it's Trump, you see this in so many social media postings about this, right? You see or hear, well, if there weren't customers in America. Now, wait a minute, hold it. You're going to start victim blaming here. How many, I wonder how many people who were quick to let loose with that idiocy, well, these guys only run these boats because there are customers in America. How many of you jackasses that say that actually had a friend or a relative or you yourself battling drugs? I swear I see that all the time. Well, if Americans didn't buy it, if Americans didn't buy it, so you're siding with the drug runners. Yeah, that's some quality person right there. We'll do a little more coming up right here on WICC.
We're taking Powerball and doubling the fun. The new Double Play feature has arrived, bringing you double the opportunities to win millions. Just add Double Play for an additional drawing and chance to win up to $10 million. One ticket, 2 chances to win. Add Double Play to your Connecticut Powerball ticket today. Overall odds of Powerball and Double Play 1 in 24.9. Jackpot odds 1 in approximately 293 million. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound getting into West Haven, accident approaching exit 42 as things backed up into Milford. Stay to the right to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is no help. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, you're jamming through Hamden down to the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and chilly this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny and windy tomorrow, the high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Got an email here before we go back to the phones. Hi, Paul. I was with a veteran today who informed me that the patrolling of those seas is actually the job of the Coast Guard. And not only that, we also looked further into the effectiveness of the Coast Guard doing this. And they came back with the results that last year alone, the Coast Guard seized 125 boats. So I'm wondering how that is not getting the job done without going about it the way Trump has chosen to. Well, yeah, the Coast Guard is the Coast Guard. So the U.S. Coast Guard has military authority. What is it, 12 miles, I think? I don't know what the territorial waters of the U.S. Coast Guard of the U.S. coastline, or what is it? International waters begins, 12 miles out? So, yeah, you are correct. This gentleman who emailed me, thank you for the email. Yeah, the Coast Guard does drug interdictions all the time. What the Trump people are doing here, and the arguments they've made, is that we're going to hit these people before their transfer gets close to the U.S. So these strikes are, and again, to this person, like, it's not like these guys are changing their modus operandi here. It's the boats that we know, that we can tell. We've got intel on this stuff, too. I was reading something over the weekend where, a lot of nations battling, we've got moles inside the drug gangs. But these are known smuggling routes with smuggling boats. And these are not anywhere near U.S. territorial waters. This is the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific Ocean. And I know people say, well, there's no way one boat can do 2,000 miles. You're right. They have a system set up. You got to read about this, folks. This is a very sophisticated operation. And again, like the Wall Street Journal said, some loads of this stuff are $70 million worth of stuff on these boats. Is the Coast Guard interdicting that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But maybe this makes me a bad person. I don't know. I beg your forgiveness. If somebody gets blown out of the water here and they're shoveling stuff along that could addict people and kill people, I couldn't care less if you paid me. You know how not to get blown out of the water? Don't traffic drugs. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm guessing if you don't want to get blown out of the water, don't let the American military see you with a 40-foot high-tech boat, multiple outboards, running bags and canisters of stuff that we can see with digital imaging there and satellite imaging. You want to go fishing? Go fishing. Get the polls, get some nice, I don't know, what do you catch in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific? I don't know. Hey, the White House says we ain't going to stop. So we'll see. Now, let me understand something. I'm sure that there are critics of Mr. Trump, the president, who have to come out and say how outraged they are. They have to. Especially if there's some libertarian Republicans don't like this stuff, but a lot of Democrats don't like it either. But trust me, there are a lot of people that do, and they're like, well, I can never say I like this, so I'll come out and say, yeah, this is kind of horrible. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Todd in Shelton. Todd, what's up with you?
Hiya, Mr. Pacelli. You're doing a phenomenal job over there.
Thank you, Todd. What's going on, brother?
I just wanted to set the record straight. Under Biden, I lost 10 loved ones to illegal fentanyl drugs. Under Trump, I have lost none. Praise the Lord Jesus Christ.
All right, Todd. So you approve, then, I take it, of what's going on here?
Well, I don't really like when they got to kill all these chumps because, I'm a Christian, and I would feel better if they just round them up and throw them into alligator Alcatraz. I would feel a little better about that.
Yeah. Todd, thank you. Appreciate the call, my friend there. Todd in Shelton. Yeah. Now you look at the video, too. And how many, now just, you don't have to call me up and admit it on the show here because somebody may hear you. I get it. But how many, come on now. Admit it. You can admit it to me, even if you don't call. Or you can text me. I won't use your name or town. But how many, if you're a news consumer, right? You've seen this video, and the Pentagon is putting it out there. The War Department now, that's what they're called again. They're putting it out there, and you see the boat, and you say to yourself, it's no fishing boat there. Look at that, multiple high-powered outboards there. Oh, look, sacks and bags of stuff, and the boat's gone. Right? Oh, what is that? What model boat is that? Oh boy, you see the flash, right? And they're. Now, again, we've had guests on this show, and I've read to people, I've read people saying, well, the big kingpins are still going to be out there, and the state sponsors of drugs are still going to be out there. Well, yeah. Absolutely. So, we'll keep an eye on this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So to the person that wrote in there, the Coast Guard does a great job. You see about these Coast Guard interdictions all the time. But you wonder with these regular military interdictions, how many raids did that save the Coast Guard? Now, I know you may not care about the drugs. You may say, well, the drugs are in the ocean, whatever. They float to the bottom, whatever. Cocaine sharks. And fish and flounder and all that, but maybe you are. And listen, if you're concerned about the loss of life, okay. What they say in that article? What was quoted by the Wall Street Journal in that article? The drug smugglers say, "Well, we're not going to stop." Okay, I guess. Let's wrap it up on the 6's traffic and weather together right here, right now. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound getting into West Haven, accident approaching exit 42 as things backed up into Milford. Stay to the right to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway is no help. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. You're jamming through Hampton down to the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30, partly sunny and windy tomorrow with a high near 40. Friday, partly sunny, cold, only in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion. for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
Dine out for half price. It's sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 gift cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click sweet deals. Restaurants include Blackbird's Nest, AB's Falafel, Ursa Roastery, Vazi's, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Twisted Vine, Gusto, Joseph's Steakhouse, Cast Iron Chef Pizza and Bar, Greca, The Landing, Katz's Deli, and Sports Center. To save 50%, go to voiceofct.com, click sweet deals.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, real quick, got about a minute and change left. Steve in Orange. Steve, you have the last word. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Paul?
Hey, Steve, what do you got?
Listen,
got about a minute.
Let me just say, don't stop taking calls because it's boring to listen to somebody give their own opinion and not talk to anybody else. Secondly, about the boats.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really have a problem with them blowing them up, but they act like they're transparent and they're not. They just, show you the video, but there's no real proof. They don't have any evidence that this is going on. And lastly, why don't they take care of it at home first? They're doing this over in Venezuela and in the Caribbean to get to Venezuela.
All right, Steve, thanks. Appreciate the call. Well, I think number one, to your main point, Steve, 2 points are two good points. Number one, as we wrap up here, if you give more details on this stuff, then the drug gangs and the drug smugglers say, all right, well, how would they have known that? Now, yeah, they use some satellites and aircraft, but everything I have read, they're mum on this stuff because you don't want to. In other words, you blow a source. Oh, boy, how do they know that? Okay, so we got to go kill that person. And secondly, yes, to Steve's point, I guess they do it out there. They figure, listen, they're going to keep going, but if we blow up that boat, I guess the thinking is, how many lives could we have saved? All right, folks, see you tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. In a report to Congress, the Pentagon's internal watchdog says Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's signal chat, including details on military action in Yemen, violated regulations. Senator Mark Kelly.
All this demonstrates that he is unqualified for this job.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe with the details.
The Inspector General report concludes that Secretary Hegseth jeopardized sensitive military information and could have endangered American service members when he shared those details in that signal chat with a handful of senior administration officials and one journalist, of course, with the Atlantic magazine. The other thing that this report reveals, among other things, is that the secretary himself was not terribly cooperative, only shared a handful